was like that close to seamless.
Right?
But there was a seam.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this week's edition of the Crossroads here on Veterans Anonymous. I am your host, Combat Cricket, Jade Lopez, former 31 Bravo military police, and your best friend. Little time in Iraq, little time in Haiti, in the Army Natty Guard. I'm going to be doing some stuff in the background. If y'all do your intros, please.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Uncle Si, Dave here. Army Reserves, Army Guard, active duty, individual ready reserves, pretty much all parts of the U.S. Army. Old school, got out before 2000. I've got Jade disease now. Fuck. Got out before 9/11 happened, so a lot of this kit and stuff is new terminology, but old school soldier just trying to help. That's what we do.
And how you guys doing? I'm the American, as it says right there. Sauce Boss, field serving, retired Air Force vet. 17 years, 11 months, 25 days. But I was definitely not counting. Only when I got to Ellsworth. Only started counting when I got to Ellsworth. But did a lot of work on all the bombers. Official beekeeper. We don't have T-shirts yet, but I'm looking to get some made up.
That's a cool idea.
And I run this little sauce and seasoning company you might have heard of called BBQ Sauce. Wink, wink. Which,
Who's that?
And yeah,
who's what's that, man?
Is that another flavor of Sweet Baby Ray's? But just trying to do some outreach to local veterans, fellow vets, and first responders and everything, and try to bring a little light into everyone's evenings, because some people struggle harder than others. And this is, a place where we can come, we can decompress, we can bullshit, and we can talk about stuff like, Dave starting the Army with Frank Urban starting the Navy and, and stuff like that. Like those guys that were out there with the Archangels.
Frank's a Marine, mister.
Oh, the Department of. Wouldn't it be awesome?
I'm still not getting what I was
if Marines
to
started a Navy because they needed an Uber. It's like, I don't really want to drive them, but we need to get over there, and it's a lot of water. Why don't we make ourselves a freaking taxi service?
Right. Well, and I'll say it for Frank. The answer when you say Department of the Navy, the answer, like every Marine is drilled into him, is the men's department. Right? Yeah. So that's for you, Frank.
Don't hate me. I at least corrected him. Hi, Damien.
Yes, sir. But we're at Veterans Anonymous, doing what we do. And the reason is because we have all kind of vets out here in the world. Not everybody pulled triggers. Not everybody dropped bombs. Some people facilitated trigger pulling and dropping bombs. And we want to bring everyone into the fold under one roof and let them know everyone has a place.
I was a glorified babysitter.
I made things go move and haul stuff.
I
make things go move.
I fabricated on aircraft that drop bombs,
Yeah.
I fixed cracks, rivets, I fabricated leading edges, full internal sections of ribs, and, did a lot of repairs and made sure, we had fully functional aircraft.
I did get to play with the combat engineers. That's where I found out I like stuff blowing up. That's a lot of fun watching stuff blow up.
Yep.
No, actually, it's a wig.
Yeah, she's doing her Frozen look tonight, I think.
Let it go. Or is that?
Well, it did start snowing here today. It hasn't snowed yet until tonight. So.
Well, thank you for saying the S word. Now South Dakota heard it, and here we go.
Well, it's weird here this late in November that it hasn't S word.
Yeah,
growing
S-worded yet.
The only reason I almost believe in climate change is because I remember growing up, like there being at least a foot of snow on the ground on Thanksgiving. I remember trick-or-treating and picking your costume on how warm it would keep you because it was snowing while in October,
Well, and I grew up here with we always got the size bigger of the Halloween costume.
So you can put your hoodies and stuff under them.
under
yeah.
costume. That's how
I lived
our
in.
costumes were determined by that as well.
See, my dad was in my stepdad was in the Navy. My real dad was in the Air Force, and he was stationed at Homestead. The one time I actually lived with him, and from Louisiana. So Homestead, if you don't know, is an old base that was in Florida, and that's where his job was at, water survival trainer and all the other weird stuff. But I never heard of any of that. Like our thing was like, I remember the masks we wore.
Yeah.
We would like literally they were on top of your head because you were literally like sweating in them, like
you can't fucking see,
sweating dripping down, and you're just like hot. So and it's that plastic because the plastic suits.
And they tied they tied in the back like a hospital gown.
Like a hospital gown, you're walking around and whatnot. But
I was a dice one year. My mom cut a couple holes in a box, put dots on it.
Yep.
I don't know why. I didn't pick it out. She just was like, "This is what you're going to be. Put this on." Like,
I actually was a ghost with a sheet with eyes cut out one year.
Oh, that's freaking hilarious, bro.
We were always witches. We were always witches because my mom would just keep the hat.
And now that I think about it, Grandma, good job, Grandma, good job.
Surprised you made it out alive, bro.
I remember too. I was all excited because I got a bought costume for the first time, and Godfather had bought it for me. I was a California raisin. That thing was weird.
My mom dressed me up in one of her old maternity dresses one year, and I went as the bearded fat lady.
Wow.
Yeah, we got the fake beard. She shoved pillows up it, and I think I was in like, I don't know, fucking 5th grade. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm actually this time of year, guys. I'm super.
Hope everything goes
Resend
better.
what I'm trying to do. Resend it because it's not showing.
Hope everything goes better, Ducky.
Yeah. This is a very busy time of year. I've already had 4 phone calls about either products people wanted or what to use with the products for either prime rib, turkey, or the cru de menton for different dishes.
Yeah.
Had people call me from out of state looking for my product.
That's actually a good thing, though, brother.
Well, no, it is. I'm
used
to it. Yeah, I'm used to it now. But that's what I was saying. It's one of those things that it's
a blessing and a curse.
Well,
it's just what it is.
That's the other thing that's cool. I mean, you can't call up SBR and ask them what they think. You know, you're going to get. Please hold. You know, press 1 for English. You know, so that's yeah.
Hey, Richie, what's going on, brother? And that's one of the things, like, even out, and I don't have like a note on it, but I have these internal memory notes.
I read that chips. I love chips. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's appreciated. It's like an internal memory note, and I know it'll come back to me like when we do get to that point where there's employees and stuff. And you know how you have your customer service line? I'm going to have a line that's more than just customer service. Like you'll go to the menu and it's like for recipes,
awesome.
for help with smoking, and there'll be people. And what awesome. I want to fill that with is not technically employees. I want to have like some friends of mine that, you know, because there's the technology out there where you can link phone numbers to stuff like that.
Oh, big time! That's what they did all. That's what they did all of last year with the work from home thing with the office.
Especially in the future, to do that, and it goes to people like my ambassadors, you know, or you know, and of course by then we'll have more ambassadors. People, they'll be making money, you know, and it'll go to me or them, you know, whoever's open. Right. It's kind of like whoever doesn't answer, then it'll go to the next number. Because if you think about it, it's not a real labor-intensive thing. It only happens for me Thanksgiving, New Year's, Christmas time, when people are you all right, Dave? There's no, you know, there's a delay on Facebook, so there's no death. No dying alive.
Bro, sit up.
And this is when Dave changes to edibles.
Right, yeah. You know, I was just smoking a cigarette. That's what's weird.
The camera up, and I heard it.
Thank you.
To switch
Frank.
back.
It does.
Trying to get it, and now it won't. My messenger won't even load.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Maybe it's changing over to MetaBook.
Whatever it is, I'm about to punch my screen.
Yeah. But
really
no,
big ones. Really, really big ones, Rusty.
What kind of papers do you use?
You got to get them old school, like Cheech and Chong album cover ones that end
We
up being.
use the New York Times. Well, we always use the Sunday paper. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, but so tomorrow I have the biggest turkey I have is 19 pounds. So it'll take 30 minutes per pound at the temp I'm smoking it at, because I'm only smoking it at 250, not 350. I like it to go a little slower. For me, I like how it encapsulates the juices. So I will be doing 2 in the gravity fed and 1 in the chest, and then one's going to get I'm going to take it out at like 150 degrees, and then I'm going to dump it into the peanut oil and fry it the rest of the way.
Oh yeah.
So,
You should do. You've had to have seen that picture where the guy like cooks his turkey and shoves like a half a lemon up on each side. And it makes it look like it's got boobs. You should totally do that one year, bro.
I know. That would be
Now
cool.
I know my neighbor's last name.
I think I'm going to do it with a chicken.
I'm
Like,
checking my internet, by the way.
A chicken, yeah.
Yeah, you're doing what?
Well,
I was checking my internet when I said that. I'm not a psycho.
Have you seen the other turkey fixing picture where they took the neck and laid it in the compromising position?
Yeah, I actually got that from Roger.
That would scare me if somebody served that to a table. I'd be like, whoa. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
It's a boy.
Yeah.
Jade's not looking.
Jade's about to eat her freaking computer, I think.
But no, yeah. So you should do that. Yeah.
They're not sending.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's what it is. Because I can't even. I sent it to myself, and they're not even opening up for me.
Weird.
You know, and
that's like sometimes I can send you pictures, Felix, in a text, and it won't show up, but I can send you it from Facebook and it shows up, or it won't. Yeah.
So I'm gonna break the internet real quick. I'm gonna try to do StreamYard on my phone and come in and see if I can upload it in the background, not actually join the show.
You breaking the matrix and stuff again.
Yeah, that's what we do. Boop, boop.
I don't want to be in here. That echo.
How did that add you?
It automatically, because I'm logged in, and so on my
I know,
internet,
but the studio, it just automatically connected you to the studio.
Yeah.
Like
so when the internet I use for my phone, or the browser I use for my phone, is called DuckDuckGo, and it remembers any settings you have set. So you don't have to like, it's almost like a password thing. So the last thing you did, it will just like bring you in.
Poof. Yeah. Cool.
Like it did just then.
Yeah. Just bring me in.
Hello, Miss Amber.
Hi.
So,
this is cool.
We haven't done
this
this in a little while. We did say, or I said hello to Frank. We already poked that Marine.
Yeah.
There's another Marine in here, Richie. We said hello as well. Ducky's saying, I pulled his comment up earlier, taking the week off.
Rusty, I think that's
have him back next week.
Yeah,
that's Webb's dad. So Rusty's
Rusty's
with Webb right now.
Yeah, they're doing the family T-Day deal.
Yep.
Oh, Richie already left. What the heck? See what happens when I get not watching for stuff.
So
plus there's
what
always
are your plans, Jade, for Turkey Day?
So we finally kind of figured it out. I was telling Sai a little bit about it because with my family, or it's my family that does Thanksgiving, and then Rob's sister does their family Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And my mom mentioned changing, or my mom is actually doing Thanksgiving, and what we do is a birthday dinner that we do. Like, we try to do it at least once a month, or if not every 2 months, for everybody's birthday dinner.
Oh, I get that. I have friends
Because we
that do
got
that.
so many flipping people that we just clump everybody into a dinner.
Yeah.
So it's September, October, November birthdays tomorrow.
Yeah, a friend of
as
mine,
well.
his girlfriend, her family does that. They have like that's like a bi-monthly everyone's birthday, who's ever's birthday is that month. They get down
Yeah,
like
because
that.
I have 3 sisters, 2 of them which are married, and I have
The boy
six,
is here.
6 nephews,
Say your
1 niece.
Latin without saying your Latin.
Take me to the other. Grandma scares you. She's prepping already.
Dude,
I would think
I
that she's
remember. I
probably
still
freaking
remember
out.
my big mama. My mama Loney is my grandmother. Big mama was my mother Lona's mom, and she was 100% Seminole, and she spoke English, from what I've heard. And she had 2 giant gray braids. Like, she reminded me, like, I'm a kid, so I only remember her when I was still like literally up to someone's knee. So in my memory, she had her hair like one of those Star Wars characters, like the ones that
Mm,
have the big tentacles that come off their head, because they're probably small. But when I was a kid, she was in a wheelchair. She had a pipe in her mouth, never lit, and my grandma would push me up to her, and she would say something, and her voice was literally, I know this was true, it was very deep when she would talk, and she would say something and blah 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 blah, and I would get close and be like, "Ee!" And she would grab me and give me a kiss and pinch my cheeks, and I would run, and she'd be like, hoo, 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 hoo. So she was kind of my Jabba the Hutt, but
And that's when Felix's love of Star Wars started.
pretty much Jabba reminds me of my great grandma. Grandma Jabba, tell me about the Force. Oh, I have to
well,
answer that when I
my
die.
great grandma
Yeah, she's going to be right at the gate
We
being
used
like,
to
I
call
heard
her
what you said about me.
Yeah.
Grandma, or my combing brush. She really didn't speak any English. Pizza the Hut. But anyway, so time's being pushed back, didn't get pushed back. Then we got to figure out with the boys, and the boys going with us to my parents, because it's their birthday dinner too, as well as Thanksgiving.
Oh wow.
So then we're actually just gonna go to my parents' house before everybody gets there,
Mm-hmm.
because Rob told me last night, as I was still trying to figure out where we're going, that he's making dishes for his sisters. So we had to be there pretty much on time for them.
Like making dishes. What do you mean?
I don't know. He's like doing mashed potatoes, some sort of pasta thing, and I don't know.
Pizza the Hut. Big space balls.
So food for the dinner, and then like my parents or whatever. So we're actually going to go or leave my parents' house early, so she sees them, or sees our boys, and then we can go to his sisters.
Gotcha. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of gobbledygook.
That's why I'm
Well, and
glad.
especially because they don't live in the same city.
That's why I'm glad most of my family is dead. There's me, my mom, and dad.
Jeez.
That's
Happy
it.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
Just saying. My mom and dad are going to a restaurant tomorrow. I'm sitting in my house eating pizza, watching football, getting drunk.
Hey, brother, trust me. We all aspire to Dave status.
I talking about like Christmas or Thanksgiving traditions. When I was in high school and then in college, me and some friends had a Christmas Thanksgiving tradition that the night before we together drop a hit of acid and play poker all night. And then like 2:00 in the afternoon, when I'm coming down, I'm going over to grandma's house to grub, which I don't know if you've ever done acid. When you're coming down, food is awesome. You have like uber munchies. So like I'm over at grandma's house and, turkey, ham, pie, freaking everything, relish tray like the size of Jade, just munching.
The tray the size of Jade.
We here at Veterans Anonymous do not condone the use of illegal drugs.
Yes. No, see, I had friends that did that, and there's things that I just don't really want to know about myself. Just leave them little motherfuckers buried, because like the guys that are like, man, I went to ayahuasca and I did it and it just opened up some shit. Like my friend even told me, he goes, and the reason I said this is he goes, I would love to cure my PTSD, but I also love my wife and kids. So I don't need to go do some shit and come home and be like, deuces, I'm another person. Like he goes, that's literally what scares him about doing that kind of shit.
Well, and seeing, I was younger in my, early teens, early 20s, nothing going on, lived at home,
Very true. And, 1800s was a different time.
Thanksgiving is the big problem about like whose house, what times, and all.
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Because with my family, we have Christmas on Christmas Eve. So
got you.
Yeah. So our whole like split problem of getting across town, whose house, this and that, thankfully is only Thanksgiving, or maybe Easter.
Yeah, see, for my family growing up, when we still had everybody around like one area, and everybody was still having kids that were in school, it was like one year you'd go to this one on Christmas Eve, next year you'd go to that one on Christmas Day, and the grandparents. Yeah, the grandparents and the in-laws, they hated each other enough. So like they would always grill you like, well, what did your other grandparents get you? I bet they didn't get you nothing like this, which was way cool when I was the only grandchild. But as, aunts and uncles started having kids, the gifts got smaller and smaller.
Oh, dude, I remember, and it's sad, I'm an adult and I brought my son home for the first time. And because before, even though my brother is the baby, he never did anything with his life. So I was technically still the baby. Everyone like loved me when I came home. Yay, feel like home. And I remember the first time I brought my son home, and he was with his mom. She's getting out the car seat, and I walk in to get my normal,
That's my mom's house with black olives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should make deviled eggs. Those sound delicious.
Deviled eggs are amazing, especially with barbecue sauce. Anyway.
Oh, that mustard in there is incredible.
Oh, yeah. But I remember my grandma literally walked by me. I walked in the house. She goes, "Hey, where's the baby at?" I'm like, hello, your favorite grandson's home."
Right.
She's like, "Where's the baby at?" I'm like, you know what? Fuck the baby.
Well, my nana would always say when we got to her house that it was like, the angels are here. Little did she know what we grew up to become.
Yeah, they don't say that about young boys.
Yeah. The angels / future felons are here.
Well, yeah, don't forget.
I'm not a felon.
Yes, supposedly Satan was an angel and got kicked out at one time too. So there's that.
Lucifer was God's favorite.
Right, so hey, he was an angel.
So there you go, American, with you being the favorite.
Yeah, that was the favorite, pretty much. Bada bing, bada boom.
That does make sense about my sister now.
My brother's an angel. He's 34 some odd years old, working on Bourbon Street as a bouncer. They have great 401k plans, I heard. Anyway. Love you, Greg. Love putting your business out there on the internet. I would care if you can afford internet to watch this, but whatever.
Oh,
banana pudding.
God bless it.
Hold up. Speaking of
no.
I think Felix is getting the drink. I still can't believe I can't find that stuff here in Des Moines. You'd think Des Moines being like, and I realized, we're BFE, Iowa, Des Moines, but you'd think Des Moines would have some place I could find a jar of that nanner pudding drink. Yeah, that.
Banana pudding.
Like I was telling Jade, I still can't find that here in Des Moines. You'd think a city this size somewhere would have that available.
I told you, bro. Next order, let me know.
I think my next order might be a khaki shirt. That's like the one color I don't have.
Let me know. And I can find a liquor store in your area that can deliver it for you.
Nice.
Anyway. Oh, I need to get out of here on my phone, but without ending the broadcast.
Yeah, just end it on your phone, not the whole.
Well, no,
I know,
you don't end it at
You
all.
don't
You
end,
just-
no.
Yeah, you just get
That's
out.
that's all of us. This one
Yeah.
little button, that's all of us.
That's everybody. Like I almost did
That's
that one
not
day
just
when I
his
was,
camera.
Yeah, when I was leaving, I was like, I went to hit that. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I have, a couple times switching from like
Make a
random
banana
comments or
pudding
something
flavored
with my.
sauce that's required to cook. You know what? I can't, for one, because the thing about working with real fruit, and I would have to work with real fruit because I don't have any additives in my product. When you work with real fruit, your shelf life goes way down. And then it would cost a lot of money because that would make my co-packer have to process real fruit. And he already does that with peppers. And he tells me what those guys that he has to process peppers for. Like he loves that my stuff is powdered seasonings, like the peppers are cayenne pepper, habanero, and all that, because you get more consistency when you buy a 50-pound bag of habanero powder because it's all the same.
Right.
So you get consistency per batch. When you do natural peppers, it's only
you made it.
It's only consistent. What's up?
What's up, Mikey?
Welcome to Miami.
I was just about to start singing.
Oh, you say it sounds better than when I say it.
Benito Ambiami.
Yeah. Well,
Even fucked up the Spanish that I can't say. I bid you adieu. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages.
Her native language, her birth language, and probably German?
Oh, that used to crack me up in Korea. We'd get the new guys there and they'd have their little Welcome to Korea book. And it would say, like little phrases like, hello, where's the bathroom? Where's the train station? And I'd love watching those guys pull out their book and trying to talk to a Korean. And the Korean would just be like this. And he goes, I know English, dude. What? Or they'd say it so fucked up and the Korean would look at him and then look at their friend and you'd know what they were talking about. Like, did this motherfucker just tell me to blow a monkey? What?
Dude, I won't say I got paid to teach conversational English, but being a black dude in Korea, and dudes find out you're American, I got in some clubs that they didn't let GIs in, for one, because I would put my ID in the back. Nice. I put my ID, military ID, in the back of my wallet and only show my civilian ID. Yep. And I didn't have a beard in Korea. And I only wore like suits when I went to Seoul.
Oh, when you were in Korea, I had suits in Korea, bro. Okay. Yeah. I'd go to the club in a suit. Everybody.
Look at me. I've been to Korea.
And I'd go in there, dude. I need to find a picture. I was in a club that literally, I'm up top in this, they had these weird, so big giant dance floor. And then they had these stairs that went up, then they went up, and there was like pods around the club, and they were just like open, like almost like a gangway, a walkway, but it was just like a room with no walls where you could see everything on the dance floor. There were sofas up there, the floor was solid. Sofas, a big centerpiece with fireplace. They brought food.
I think I was at that club one time in '99.
No, this club wasn't there. It was called the Cube, and they had it looked like a giant square Walmart with a cube on the side of the building, and the cube was a whole screen that was like a TV with a bunch of different like anime and shit, and probably the best club that reminded me of something you'd see in a movie ever, like.
Oh, and Frank, Korea.
I know how you're saying it sounds like a movie scene.
Yeah.
Korea was totally different. I was in a Boys to Men suit, the like preacher collar.
Yeah.
That like came up the side with the buttons, and it had silk. And I had silk. I was pimped, bud.
No, mine was a Hugo Boss knockoff. But I told my buddy what I did. I'm like, put your military ID in the back of your wallet. You tell them you're a businessman.
Hi, Matt.
And he came in. He goes,
Knock shit
I'm
over.
not. Oh, Michael King was a Matt in the house.
Nice.
And he was like, I don't need to hide who I am. I'm like, okay, bro. And he walks in there and he shows his military ID, and the guy at the bouncer, one of the biggest Koreans I've ever seen,
Right?
6'2", like puts his hand on my buddy's chest, and he goes, "Military not allowed." And the guy looks at me. My buddy looks at me, and
I look
bouncer,
at him.
and the bouncer,
And he
and the
looks at
bouncer looks
me.
at me, and he goes, "You know him?" I'm like, "Nope." And I just walked in. I'm like, dude, I walked in. I'm like, I told you, dude, this is literally, you're going to go in here. You're not going to pay for a drink. You're not going to pay for food. And we're going to be in here for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
And just have an amazing time. Because, and then when they find, like I said, you're American, they're just like, they're talking to you because they're practicing their conversational English, you know, and that's why you don't pay for shit.
Oh, yeah. Me and a buddy took the ferry from way down South Korea over to the island, Jeju. And while we were on the ferry, the like Koreans were just buying us beer, which I thought the ferry boat idea was awesome because you could get a room or you could just sit on deck, and they had a bar and they had a little snack thing. We were blasted to begin with, and then Koreans just kept buying us beer and talking to us the whole time. So it's a great country.
Yeah. All right, so I did the work. We are half an hour in, and the first thing is a video. I don't know which one is correct, so forgive me. I did for TikTok and social media. Let's see how this runs. Nope, there's no audio in this one. And I gotta make sure there's audio in those before I put them on TikTok. Anyway, let's look at our memes. We have this. Bam. Air Force boys when they have to travel to any other branch's base. Yes, that is true.
Hello.
We have to travel to another base.
I'm a terrible typer. Sorry.
That's 100% true because, for one, the Air Force does give us extra money for going to any other base because it's like going to the projects. I'm surprised we don't get guns. Here we go. Car wash. Best hand jobs in town.
No, she uses it, don't worry.
No wonder why his car is always clean.
This one. Sorry. To spoil the fun, Barry, but I asked you for the pluck the turkey. Yeah, Barry. I love the name. I'm going to skip that one. And a lot of these from Dave, from John. I've been getting my memes back again from people. It's impossible to hike.
I feel that bottom picture.
False.
I feel it.
That to Felix.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been on a couple hikes in the Air Force. That's why we call them hikes, not marches. You get a friend's house and they ask if you're okay sleeping on the couch. Yeah. This one, I'm making fun of the Air Force, but if anyone wants to challenge me, we can go shot for shot.
Oh, no.
You feel like you punk? You should, because I'm possibly going to miss.
I was going to say that before I read it. It's like, yeah.
But I'm letting you know, if you got anything, we can go shot for shot. Just saying. And the loser buys the drinks. Oh, he was a skater boy.
Kyle said, see you later, boy.
Oh, the left sees racists everywhere. The right sees socialists everywhere. And all I see is a nation full of idiots fighting each other while their government selling them out to the highest bidder.
True.
Yep.
Truth.
True in Australia as well.
Listen to Dave. Dave is telling the truth. The Pink
other
Panther,
Dave.
when you realize you got to do adulting for the rest of your life.
No.
Yeah, no shit.
Like, yeah, pretty much.
I refuse
Yeah.
to believe this.
Bloody bills.
When you're on the lunch break and consider not going back. Look at that.
I actually did that one time. I went to lunch and I just didn't go back.
I've actually done that.
They called me later that night. They were like, "Hey, what happened?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just quit." And they're like, "Could you tell us?"
Do you ever look at
Oh, it
someone
was
and think you're the reason we have instructions for shampoo bottles
No shit.
constantly.
constantly? When you try to leave work a little early, and your boss reminds you that you have 7 hours left.
Every fucking time. Yep.
Yep. Oh, I can't wait to grow up and be in a Taliban. Dude, we're in a goat.
Oh, boom, boom.
Boom. Yeah.
So, yes. And yeah, there we go. I'll work on that. I will try to get these put in ahead of time. And some of them still didn't work because I guess they were too large. We also need to clean out our show files because it's telling us that we're going to need to buy space. So that's
I
why
thought I saw something about space when I was
yeah. So we have a lot of stuff that needs to
I
be
didn't go into it.
cleared out. So how's tomorrow? How's Thanksgiving? Do you guys you guys don't have Thanksgiving?
Why would they have
In
Thanksgiving?
Australia, no.
I know that. What do you guys celebrate? Like
Do you
have
celebrate anything?
penal
like that?
colony day?
Well, you'd think so, but no. We're pretty boring like that. We've got Christmas, but yeah, same as what Cricket was saying. You have to go to I'm lucky in WA, but in Queensland, we used to have to go to all different houses to get to all the different families. It was a big day as a kid. But I hated
day?
the presents night.
Christmas?
Yeah,
What
Christmas,
other big
Easter.
holidays like that do you guys have in Australia?
Australia Day is the big one. That's
I was going to
massive
say,
for
you
us.
guys got like Australia Day and
My neighbor celebrated with you. They put out an
yeah.
Australian flag this year.
So what does that celebrate? What does that signify?
Well, it basically celebrates being Australian. There's a lot of conjecture around it, but it was the day Australia was settled and convicts started arriving. So that's why that date's chosen. But
I'm
a lot of the
guessing
native
Aboriginals don't celebrate that day.
It
No,
sounds
they don't
kind of
like it
like
at all.
controversial Columbus Day is here.
Yeah, but
it's
at
similar,
least their day is actually like, when we got here, but Columbus is like so sus. Like he didn't even come here.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying how it kind of
Yeah.
sounds like it's controversial like that.
Oh
and
yeah.
not just that, us Australians are
similar
quite happy
to
to
that.
change it to whatever date. But the minute, you know what I mean, we're happy as long as it's celebrating Australia Day. We don't care what day it is.
Mate, I met a couple of Australians. You guys will party at the drop of a hat. You don't care.
Any excuse.
It's
Yeah,
like,
we don't
wait,
care what
Australia Day has been moved? Oh, fuck, we already partied for it. We guess we get to do it again.
Australians,
exactly.
Continue to party.
Australians and Brits are the two people deployed
Oh,
that
fuck yeah.
literally made me question my ability to party. I still remember I was in Diego Garcia on a bus, the same bus that brought you to the bars on base, brought you to the maintenance area. And I made friends with a bunch of these Australians and Brits, and they're on the bar.
Mention
on the
them
bus,
and they shall appear.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, going to work. I'm in uniform, got my headphones on. I'm in the back of the bus because that's where I wanted to sit. Anyway, American joke. And I look up and my bud, he taps me on the head, and I'm like, "What's up?" He goes, put my headphones off. He goes, "Hey, Bo, what did they say?" He goes, "We're gonna nick it up." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "We're gonna go nick it up." I'm like, "You're gonna go nick it up?" I'm like, that sounds like backwards. Usually you whatever. I'm like, "Well, you guys have fun. I gotta work here." And he goes, "No, man, you gotta come with us." And I'm like, "I gotta work." And literally, one of them sitting there talking to me. One gets on the bottom of the bus, like under the seat, and sitting there trying to undo my boot. The other one, like, because I'm on the edge of the back, because that bus seat in the back is tiny. So I'm kind of like sitting catty corner. The other dude grabs my other boot, has one leg going this way, trying to undo that boot. And he's like, the dude in front of me is just talking to me like nothing's happening. And I'm like, get the fuck off me. I'm like, dude, I'm not. I said, after I get off work, if you guys are still out there, I will come out and hang out with you. Like, but I got to go to work. And they're like, "Come on, man." I'm like, dude, I have to go to work. And it was really like when I literally got off the bus at the next stop and just took we call them guam bombs, with those little trucks, the little buses or the little vans, you know. And I'm like, hey man, can you bring me to the maintenance area? He goes, you just got off the bus. I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
I had to get off the bus.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, those guys are phenomenal.
We were in Japan, and there's a base on the a bar on the base there. I forget the name of it, but anyway, the Americans were shocked because the minute we walked in, we shouted at the bar, each person that walked in. Well, by the end of the night, there was still money behind the bar. And yeah, it was just party from basically, it opened, I think, at 1 p.m, which we called late to open the bar. But anyway, it opened at 1, and from 1 all the way through. We even tried to pay the staff to keep it open later, but they weren't allowed. There's strict rules on the base. So.
Yeah, that's also the place where it was the 4th of July, and we were at the soccer field on base, and the Band America was supposed to be playing, and everything is set up around the soccer field, so nothing's in the center. All the tents and everything, and the food vendors are all around. Not really food vendors, but whatever, because it's a military base. And we're going around, and there's a mix of Brits. Everyone's there. We have Germans, all this other stuff. And no shit, 2 Brits run full speed at each other.
Yeah, the Brits are crazy.
And get to the center.
The Australian is calling the British crazy.
I know, right?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Because the 2 Brits at the center, and they had clothes, because if you watched, I guess they took their clothes off at each end and ran full speed and spun, and started wrestling each other.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, you hear, and the Brit cops come in, and they're just the Marines, and they're fucking wrestling them, and they're like swinging. You're just like, oh my God. Not gonna lie.
We think wrestling in leotards is weird.
Well, no, I'm not gonna lie.
That is weird. That is weird.
It's weird to say, but as a person, of an American serviceman that deploys in America, land of the free, home of the brave, deployed, the Brits and Australians have, and the French and the Germans have way more freedoms than we do. It reminds you that the people that colonized America,
New Zealanders too.
Yes, it reminds you that the people that colonized America were the puritanicals. The stuff shirts, because we were also on that island, and that's when I asked a question to some people like, can I become an Australian citizen or defect? Because we were on this flight line at 150, like it was oven temps. Yeah, I'm out there in a coveralls, rolled up sleeves, and these guys roll out with short sleeves, these water wicking camel shirts, shorts, and short boots with knee pads, and I'm like, oh, we can't do that. They're like, no. I'm like, I got pants on. Can I cut? That makes so much sense,
right? Oh, no kidding.
We're supposed to be.
And you would totally get in trouble too for unblousing your boots.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's why we wear
in that type of
coveralls.
heat. Like you
as long as
can't.
we wear coveralls,
you can unblouse.
Have a uniform on, so we can wear our PT gear under, and stuff. But it was still a full set of coveralls in tropical heat.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's insane.
Trust me, when we first went to Kuwait, we were wearing the old cotton army green coveralls with black steel-toed leather boots.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're all just like dying over there, bro.
We used to wear pirate rig. It was actually called pirate rig, and it was basically you didn't have to wear your shirt if you wanted to. Yeah, so you'd be wearing your shorts and boots and.
The shirts they had were, it was literally almost like football jersey material. Yes. But it was cotton or something, or whatever, not cotton, but it was like water wicking. So I remember seeing this dude had a camel t-shirt and working with him, and I looked over and you can see how the weave was open. when you got closer, but far away
Yes.
it looked solid. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dude,
Yep.
that makes so much sense. And then I ran into this, even Canada, when they changed their uniform.
You almost said Canada.
Canada.
Canadian, even when they changed their uniform, I met this chief and their ranks in the center, and he was an operator, and I'm like, isn't that kind of counterproductive? You're giving a sniper center mass, like, hey, look who
Right.
I am.
And then
You
now
know?
we've got that same thing.
And he goes, yeah, but I'm like, but the thing is, he goes, when this first uniform came out, you couldn't see the rank. And I'm like,
No.
oh, what'd you guys do? He goes, oh, I made a phone call and told them it didn't work out, and they changed it. I'm like you just called
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah.
and they totally changed every uniform. He goes, yeah. That makes so much sense.
I don't understand how they got away with claiming to be Aussies.
The accent and people that don't realize.
Yeah. But
I
we
can
were
tell
allowed
her.
to bastard. We were
Oh,
allowed to
yeah,
bastard
Frank,
on-
exactly. Oh, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I never knew that my kneecaps could sweat.
Yeah.
Never
Yes.
my knees. My
Yeah.
knees can sweat. Like,
Oh yeah, knees can sweat, elbows.
Yeah, it
You
was
know.
pretty gruesome. We went there and we were still in the BDUs. We didn't get issued the chocolate chips yet. We got those like right when we were getting ready to come back, so we looked pretty,
Oh,
are you-
God.
the desert boots.
Yeah, we didn't. Oh, we didn't have those. I was before Schwarzkopf got the desert boots. We were still in the black lace-up combat leather.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we
those
had
desert
ours.
boots were awesome.
Ours lasted, but the flight deck is, I will say, the most austere flight environment is an aircraft carrier's flight deck.
Well, and I thought it was stupid when we got over there because we're still in the BDU greens with black boots, driving like BDU green camo vehicles. And I'm like, Haji just looking through binoculars going, oh, look, moving bushes. Come on now. That's like
Yeah,
not
exactly.
stealthy at all.
I still remember coming
Well, and
through.
even when we went into Iraq and everything else, we didn't have up armored or anything like that. Like it was insane.
I remember
There
when
was
they
a
changed the color
documentary.
pattern for you guys.
Yeah,
So I
we
was
went
in-
from that chocolate chip to the tricolor that's
Well,
it
no, I
looked
mean,
like
for the-
pink
for the-
pajamas.
Well, for the gear, because I was in
Oh.
Oklahoma,
Oh yeah.
and Fort Sill is where they have the howitzers,
Yep.
but they also have the train that goes through the pickup stuff. And you'd be driving through America, and you'd see a train with a bunch of tanks on
Yep.
it, and they're all tan. And then you
Yep.
see a train with a bunch of howitzers, all tan. And you're like, I wonder where those are going.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's now that we're like coming or should be bringing some shit home. All these people I'm seeing it on TikTok. Like, why are all these tanks being moved on trains? Why are these Humvees on trains and stuff like that?
Okay.
Because
yeah.
we're bringing shit home.
Well,
we gotta put our toys away.
well, and don't
Exactly.
forget,
And it's not uncommon to actually be moving equipment like that.
this time of year here, the National Guard and the Army Reserves both do their 2 weeks out of the year training. So they're sending stuff out and sending it back, and
Mm-hmm.
They charged you for your desert camo.
yeah, they tried to charge me for my chocolate chips because I didn't turn
What
them
are
in.
you
I was
talking
like,
about charging? I don't understand this.
you get a statement of charges if you don't
Yes.
turn in stuff.
Yeah, we used to get that too,
Yeah,
But
so
is he saying that they charged him to be issued it?
yeah,
That
they
doesn't-
issued it and then charged him for it. That's like me
Yeah.
when I was at NCO. They tried to issue me the nylon PT outfit and wanted to charge me for it. And I was like, wait a minute, you're issuing it to me, but I got to pay for it? Fuck off. I'll wear the old sweats.
I ended up getting issued DCU Gore-Tex because of my size. The ACU didn't have my size yet. So out of the entire company, I'm out there. I'm the one in DCU while everybody else is in ACU.
Yeah,
It's like,
Yeah, if you're a wrong
yeah, I'm not a
body
target
type.
whatsoever.
right?
Well, actually, I blended in better, but
You just hide behind the bigger people.
For some reason, I was always in like third squad. So my platoon sergeant actually had to like
the next day we ate
get a head count for me.
Right. Well, they just look. I used to just look for the low spot. You know, like if there was a human-sized gap between two people.
Yeah.
But being a different body type in the military, whether you're tall and skinny or short or whatever, they didn't suit that. There was just one size fits all, and it never was one size fit all.
Yeah, pretty much.
My buddy was 6'8".
Yeah.
He had the same problems I did.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well, even me, I'm like generic male size. 6 foot, 160 pounds, and like I'd have to get separate BDU tops from the bottoms because like I got longer legs, and if I got the medium that fit the blouse, then the pants would be too short.
Yep.
And to get issued it, they wouldn't let me get issued mix and match, so I'd end up just saying fuck it and going off post and buying my own uniform.
Yeah, I bought so much uniform myself out of my own pocket because you just couldn't get the right stuff you needed.
Right.
Like bamboo socks. They never issued bamboo socks. They were the best things ever because your feet could breathe and Our captain allowed us to pretty much buy what we needed, We're pretty much free reign on the ship. They can't see you.
well, like I was saying, I was in before 9/11, and like we got issued camelbacks and gargoyles for desert training, but we had to turn it back in when we got back. And then now you look at it like, you get issued a camelback day one in basic.
They do give those guys that now. What's up, Jason?
Yeah, we either had to buy our own.
I didn't get one in basic, but I was issued one in my unit.
Right, but like we had to either buy our own or wait till we got back, and I went back the second time and they gave it to us, but it was like a CIF item, so we had to turn it back in, which like never happened.
I'm pretty sure drill sergeants hate those camelbacks because I guarantee you that the freaking privates are not cleaning them.
No.
Well,
even though I was issued a cleaning kit. This is when I got to my unit, but I was issued a cleaning kit for the camelback as well as the camelback itself and an additional bladder as well.
The new ones you don't have to.
Oh, okay. Oh, don't you? Cool.
The new ones, the plastic,
they're made out of that.
The new ones, the internal plastic, as long as you put clean water in, no microbial growth. It's microbial plastic on the inside. So even
I'm correct that I guarantee you that nobody's cleaning them.
Yeah,
right. Because I had Kool-Aid, coffee, tea, alcohol.
Now if you do that, they don't guarantee it.
Yeah.
They don't guarantee it. But like we actually got to go. So there was one time we had to go to northern Afghanistan to do a job, and the military issued cold weather gear, but not cold weather gear. Right. So we actually went to, I think, Lumber. What is it, 83 or 84, whatever that place is called, like a sporting goods or lumber freight store that sold cold weather gear.
Right.
And our whole team, 18 guys, went to this store. We got 3 sets each of Carhartt, bibs, jackets, gloves, boots, beanies, shirts, pants, cover, and everything else. Yeah, Lumber 84. And we got all this stuff, like literally government card, like boop. And they're like, where you going? Well, no, we told them because it was Oklahoma and they have ice storms. We were going to cut wood out in the blah, blah, blah. But literally we were taking all this stuff because we were going someplace. Well, in depot, our uniforms are kind of like mood point, depending on what we're doing. So, I still think I have a couple pair of the Carhartts, like a jacket and maybe a bib or two.
Well, like when I was in, the big thing was like, I think it was REI camping.
Oh, that's still a big thing.
Yeah, well, that's where like I got the self-inflating sleeping mat instead of that stupid green foam thing, and that's where I got like a lot of the nice to haves that now is being issued. And I was like, motherfucker, I had to buy this.
Do you remember the Aero bed?
Yeah.
So it was literally a compact, probably like 12 by 12 by like 4, like bed with a little air pump on it. Yep. And you can put it in your kit, whatever. And we got these aero beds, and they were like, "Oh, here's your cot," and we're like, "All right, cool." You plug this aero bed, you have it, you hit the button, and it was like under a minute, it inflates a full twin mattress.
Yep.
And these guys are looking at us like, I'm like, what? Like, where'd you get that? Like,
Yeah.
The supply gave them to us. They got them in supply.
I still remember when
for the Air Force, not
yeah. I remember when I went to Kuwait the second time, or the first time, second time. I went there one time, and we were engineers, so we had bulldozers. So we had to go to I think I don't know what the Air Force calls it. It was like in between the flight line and the front lines, and you guys got a little like observation thingy.
Yeah, our depot.
Okay, so we had to go over there with our dozers, flatten it all out. And then while we were there, they tasked us, you guys put these tents up. They were inflatable freaking like Quonset huts.
Yep.
Oh.
With wooden floors. And we were just sitting there looking like, what?
What fucking sorcery is this?
Yeah, you hook the AC up to them, and there's
a
ladder that goes across the top.
Yeah.
AC and power.
I was like, why? We're the same country. Why do they have this and we don't? What the fuck?
Because we are better class citizens.
Well, and the bad thing, the thing that made us really salty wasn't the mere fact that the Air Force had it. It was the fact that we had to set it up for you guys and we couldn't use it.
So in Diego,
Diego,
that was my biggest time, like actually being on the ground with Army. And we had these Army guys come in, and they were in the tent. And they were like,
automatically inflated.
They were like, "Do we get a ceiling fan?" I'm like, "No, you have AC."
Attached.
Because they weren't looking at the ceiling, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, the ceiling has AC in it."
Yeah.
And they were like, "We get this? No, this is a tent for our what is it called? Our top."
Oh, sorry.
Like, Sergeant Major tent. I'm like, "No, this isn't. This is your tent." And I showed them where the power plug was for the power, and they're like, "You get power?" I'm like,
"Oh yeah, bro,
it's power." And then Diego, you had the wood floors. The first time I went, the second time I went, CE built concrete pads for every spot, for every tent. So you would actually, when they built the tent, they had a power, instead of generators in each area, they plumbed the whole area for power. So you had it was like a camping site. You had a concrete pad with a power pole.
Damn.
And so they can put the AC unit next to the power pole, plug everything in. And these dudes were like totally floored. They're like, "We get AC." I'm like, "Yeah, what else would you get?" They're like,
"Yeah,
we don't get nothing." I'm like,
"We get a tent flap that we can lift up maybe and hope for a breeze."
And I was telling them, I'm like, "Dude, it gets to 120
and hope that it's not a sandstorm."
They're like, right? I'm like, "But how do you sleep?" It was like talking to like someone that like came out of like poverty. You're like,
"Yeah,
this is normal."
Oh,
like,
it totally is.
It's not.
It's totally bizarre. Like I was the picture. I could have been that meme where like an Army guy walks into an Air Force chow hall and they're just like,
it's not a bigger budget, John. It is the fact, like I told them on this show and the other show before. So Marines and Army, they don't want you comfortable. They don't want you comfortable because you have to go. And it's not everyone, but your job is primarily as a rifleman.
Makes sense.
To war, you need to be relatively pissed off. You're not thinking about how it was in the rear in your tent. And in the Air Force, they do not want us pissed off. They don't want us sleeping uncomfortable. It has to be relatively comfortable, not a whole bunch of creature comforts, but
enough.
It's enough, because if you look at our tech schools, the Air Force is the one branch that your tech school, like, you're not changing jobs like in the Army. How many times can you change your job in a career?
It depends, but yeah, quite a bit if you really want to.
In the Air Force, you can change your
job.
Same with the Navy. You can change your job maybe once if there's room and your job has too many people in it and you get to a certain rank. You are literally what you do when you come in for your whole career. And from Airman Basic to E6, you are locked in your job unless there's an overflow at NCO, which is E5 to E6, then you can cross train, because that means your job has too many people, and there's a job with a shortfall.
Well, and
when you cross over to
Well,
E6.
I heard like the Air Force, it's still, if you do change career fields, it has to be somehow still connected kind of to what you're leaving.
Nope.
So you can go totally different. You can go from like radar to like ground crew.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but when you cross over from E7, 8, 9, which is Master Sergeant, which would be Chief in the Navy, Senior Master Sergeant Chief, those jobs you can cross away, and you're just in the administrative part of the job.
Yeah,
so
they
intermix anyway. But when you're E5, E6, if there's an overflow, and I've had buddies, like I've trained, like when I was at E3, and I remember getting a guy in who was an E6, and my boss goes, "Here, train this guy to do some sheet metal." And I'm looking at this guy with all these stripes, and I'm like,
yeah,
like, but he should know more than me. And he goes, "Hey, bud." He goes, "Hey, bud, look, I literally worked in the office for the last like 10 years. I have no clue what I'm doing." I'm like,
right?
Like, why are you here? And he goes, "I got cross trained because they have too many people. I didn't want to get forced out, and there was an opening in this job, and I trained him, and it was perfect because I just pretty much came out of tech school. I was fresh, had all the stuff in my head still, with no bad habits, and
see, we had some screw ups. We had people that like switched career fields that should not have been able to switch. Like we had, okay, I love the grunts, the 11 Bravos in the Army, but you should not become a cook after. Yeah, you should not become a cook after being a grunt. I'm just saying, there's certain, you should not go from being, a grunt to being a medic. There's certain jobs that don't, and we had the guys that were like combat engineers, and they decided it sucked and they wanted to become a mechanic, and then still got stuck in a combat engineer unit. So they're thinking that mentality, and it's like, no, you're a freaking mechanic now. We don't do that the way you guys used to. We do things a little different.
Yeah.
When we had infantry on our line platoon, and then we also had one of my buddies was a cab scout, but was because of their training, they crossed over from a combat MOS to a combat support MOS, and they were put on the line.
Yeah.
So with them, they're just like, the biggest shock with me or with them that I've spoke to was they didn't know how to serve with females, or they weren't sure how to serve with females when they crossed over to being in an MP
I can't
unit.
say what I just thought. Anyway, it's like, do we sleep with her now or later?
Yeah. It is top of the hour, by the way.
Oh, man.
What do you say? Or do you got
Roll that beautiful beard footage.
Well, hello, guys. This is the Sauce Ball speaking to you, and our freaking other folks just decided to leave, left me here with an Australian. So, hands up. I want to see your hands. Where are your hands? I want to see your hands.
Hands up.
I'm scared. But
the
no,
HR department left you.
As you guys know, we sell some pretty awesome sauces and seasonings that you guys love. We have a Black Friday sale. Unfortunately, we're not going Aussie land quite yet, but working on it. And just to show you here real quick, a little Black Friday sale starting tomorrow at 10 p.m. 35% off on everything that will be on our website. And so you can get a hold of that guy starting tomorrow at 10 p.m. Everything on the website that is there, 35% off. If you're looking for anything special, get on it, because we do have things that are limited. So right now, I'm holding things back until tomorrow, so it's kind of fair for everyone to jump on. So if you want to get it, you better get on it and get it good, because I literally have an alarm on my phone set. So as soon as it is 12 or 10 p.m., after tomorrow, it'll wake me up from my turkey coma and be like, send. Also, no promo codes that are out there will work except for the Black Friday promo code, and that's Black Friday, all one word together. All other promo codes will be suspended until after the Black Friday sale. And
that's an awesome deal to get some Christmas presents in. Just saying.
Yeah. And the only other things going on is we've been working on things like this. That just makes me want to like air guitar.
Yeah.
I was doing the air drums, bro. I had backup for you.
And then we have this one cool one. I don't think I showed folks this. And you guys have seen this before. I use them as any advertisements or anything like that. Whole video of that, the guy who did it, he actually did a really bang up job. The full video, which is on another file, I thought I downloaded the full one. At this doing that, he went out and bought Carolina Reaper peppers, and he like drops them over the sauce as it turns and whatnot. So he's working on a couple other ones.
That's like WWE intro music for somebody coming down, to the ring. It's just freaking cool.
Yep.
Hulk Hogan coming down or something.
And,
right? Yeah.
I actually do have a little idea for this guy right here. I'm actually going to be doing a meme for that. And I'm working on a meme for that guy. So you guys will be able to see.
And no, before anybody asks, that's not me in a costume.
At his graduation,
honestly would not put it past you.
His graduation from Hogwarts, he was an instructor at Hogwarts, and he was teaching kids that your parents are wasting your money going to college. But I actually do have a little meme I'm working on. But yeah, that's what's going on in the sauce business.
And Mike brought it up. Did you mention gift cards are back?
Yes, gift cards are back. I didn't download that video, but we do have gift cards on our website. So you can go on barbecuesauce.com. Right up there, you hit right under the shop button is a gift card button, $25 to $200, and barbecue bucks all redeemable at barbecuesauce.com. And you can give someone an amazing Christmas gift. If you don't know what they want, it's perfect because then they could just buy it themselves.
Yep.
But other than that,
as a bloke, I'm terrible at choosing gifts. Like when I first started dating my wife, I bought her a microwave because she needed a microwave. But there's no romance in a microwave.
I asked my son for a microwave this Christmas today.
No, I'm actually decent at giving gifts when I get the time to do so. The issue that I have is my wife does all the bills. So,
you can't hide the spending at all.
I have to be really extra creative on gift giving. So, like this year, I'm like, I very much knocked this shit out the park this year.
I seen some of your Christmas stuff, bro. You killed it.
Yes.
I'm excited.
But anyway,
see, like the problem in my family of being an only child, like my mom would say something and I'd get her like the standard, whatever. And my dad would hear it and go out and get her like the top of the line one, So like
your problem in your family is your dad is a gift giving stealer. Like
my dad is a dick. My dad is a dick.
Stop telling your dad what you got her.
I don't. He just like it's like
he was a drill sergeant. You can't get past that.
True.
Yeah, no, he just hears, and so like on Christmas, I'm thinking, and this happened from like when I was in junior high to like even last Christmas. I thought I was getting my mom something cool. My dad gets her like the top of the line one better, and I'm like, really, Dad? Thanks. One year she got 2 freaking printers. I thought I did good by getting her a Wi-Fi connector one, and she can scan and all of that. My dad goes out and gets like this freaking office industrial size thing that takes up like a whole desk. Yeah, and I'm like looking at him like, what do I do with? I can't take it back, So
Rob
now
gives me flowers, but they're like flowers like this.
Yeah, I just give him.
Okay, that's cool, Cricket.
Yeah,
he gets me flowers that don't
that's
die.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Which is really
that's a good idea.
It's really clever, I think.
I just give them money and gift cards now. They can go out and give it they want.
Same. Yeah.
Even my anniversary.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Little heart, and this is actually my son's birthstone. The stone in the middle.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, see, he's thoughtful. That's thoughtful stuff.
Which is weird. It's weird because he's even combined my 2 favorite things and got me a burrito blanket last year.
Oh yeah, that was cool. I saw pictures of that.
No, I normally wander the shops aimlessly for hours before I find something. I'm terrible at
it. And that's how I shop. I hate shopping.
Yeah, can't stand it. There's people in the shops too. People everywhere.
Oh yeah, I know. My mom and dad drag me out each once a year, right?
Yeah.
Like a week before Christmas, I go out with my mom, and then the next day, me and my dad go out.
Yeah.
And that's more fun than like opening gifts up to me on Christmas. Like, me and my dad cut up and like literally we freaking hammer on everybody. We're like, oh my God, I can't believe that lady, walking through there is like she's gonna start a fire from the thigh friction, But that's what me and dad do. And then like me and mom go out, and like my mom is just she's the typical shopper, every fucking aisle of every freaking store.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with my mom. My mom knows exactly what she's getting. She knows like she has a freaking game plan mapped out, and I'm not shopping. I'm just following her around because she is so methodical getting all her stuff that when she's ready to go, she's like, "Did you get everything you needed?" I was trying to keep up with you, following you. I didn't shop.
My mom is totally like a squirrel mentality in the store. She'll be over here, and then, that reminds me, we should go over here. And I can go back and finish shopping.
My son complains about that with me.
Yeah.
Like, we're just on this side of the store. Like,
Oh, my mom, this is no lie. A couple of years ago, my mom actually left me at Walmart one day.
Mark, happy Turkey Day.
We go to Walmart to do some Christmas shopping.
I'm surprised he didn't yell at him to get back to work.
And
it's
I
Turkey
go out.
Day. It's fine. He's not working right now. He's working right now.
Yeah, I go out to like smoke a cigarette. And my mom calls me and she's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey." She goes, "You want to go shopping?" And I'm like, "We are." She goes, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "I'm at Walmart." She goes, "Oh shit, I'm sorry. I'll be right back." And I'm like, "What? And then I see her pull up in front of me. I'm like, "You freaking forgot me?" Like
they did move without telling you.
Oh, I know. So like, I shouldn't have been surprised. Yeah,
My wife is so much like that. See, she's 118615. Oh,
what's that?
I go with a list, get it, go home. No different aisles and.
What's 118615?
Oh, the numbers of the aisles. They're numbered over here, like 1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
we got that, but nobody. We got numbers on the aisles, but nobody pays attention.
Yeah. It's just a running joke.
Well, I know where my stuff's at. Because on Timmons
a...
Market, barbecue sauce is in aisle 1 in Box Elder, and it's in aisle 8 in the Valley.
Yeah.
Humble brag.
Humble brag.
I watch your TikToks, Felix, and they make me bloody hungry. Fair income. Holy.
That is the point.
That's the plan.
So to get you guys together to get a giant Aussie box, we have.
Yes.
There's who is it that I ship?
Isn't it? Well, wait, isn't there a female that's coming to the state?
Well, no, but there's a female Aussie
Julie,
who I ship stuff to San Francisco for her.
Would it be Julie?
Little Spud
Romaine?
Maybe Little Spud. There's someone that she got it. because I shipped it to San Francisco or
Oh,
or
she did
Oregon or
get
some
it
shit.
because she was talking. I know that she said something.
Oh no, it
That
was. I
she's
think.
got the hookup, and she actually just got approved to travel to the U.S. as well.
But yeah, someone has like a address in San Francisco or California or somewhere, and I shipped
Allegedly.
it, and it's not illegal. I heard about it. A friend of mine goes, "Yeah, they have addresses in America, and then they get stuff put in a bigger box, and it gets shipped to." It's not even only Australia; other countries do it too.
Well, that'd be awesome if we can. Yeah.
No kidding.
I just don't know enough about shipping. I need that. Literally, trust me, when I get to the point where I can hire a shipping manager, they're going to hate life because I'm going to come in there with like paperwork. I'm going to be like, bye, bitches.
Make it happen.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
This ain't enough. Make it enough.
Yeah.
Make it enough. Because they're going to get
Once
paid
you go
very,
worldwide, Felix,
they're going to get
yeah.
paid very well to not let me deal with any of that shit.
Yeah.
Every time they have a complaint, I'll be like, more money? Oh, more money? Every complaint, oh, more money?
I showed my wife your TikTok and I said, you got to learn to cook like this. Like, look at this chicken he's doing
You
and,
did
and the
what?
sauce on there.
She's going to be like, so you want me to learn to be a
You
black
said
man?
what?
Okay.
Your wife?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Don't be surprised when she comes in there and goes, bend over, Bubba.
Now all of
starting
a
from-
sudden his camera just cuts out.
Yeah.
We're starting from basic.
You'll hear the screaming from over here.
I caught this on the internet.
Yeah, we'll be world famous because of that incident.
This
Australia goes to war with America over allegations.
bend over. This won't hurt a bit.
That's it, yes.
Don't
Oh, God.
sigh. Oh.
Sigh.
So tell me about your problems.
Oh,
So
gee.
Dave,
Little
today
hands.
or yesterday, I found the company I bought my air horn for my motorcycle.
Yeah.
Yay! I'm glad I didn't put it on my bike yet.
What happened?
They made a new air horn that is a direct like exchange for the motorcycle's air horn. It's
Oh, nice.
double and it has the same sound. So
Yeah, this is like,
Ruby is getting an air horn.
Oh, nice.
oh, Ruby?
Ruby is getting the air horn I was going to put on my bike because they just sold air horns like just whatever. So Ruby's getting the air horn that was going to go on my bike. I'm going to buy two. So she's getting a double air horn and the bike is getting a double air horn. So choo choo.
You
Hey,
better
wanna hear
bring
what
her next time you're in Colorado.
And then we want to hear what the air horn sounds like.
Awesome.
You
Yeah.
get to see her.
Well, bring Ruby.
Yes.
It depends on why.
That's what I'm saying. The next time that you're in Colorado, I expect Ruby to be in attendance.
Okay. We'll talk about that. Ruby's great for me for road trips, but if I have company, not so much.
Yeah.
So this is what Ruby is going to sound like. The air horn. That's literally. That's what it sounds like. The first horn, that beep, beep, that's what they sound like.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna sound like.
Oh,
Very nice.
It's gonna.
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna sound
Like a
like.
damn train.
yeah.
Well, I
It
don't.
sounds
I don't
more
want,
like a train horn than like a semi horn.
Well, yeah, but I don't want loud pipes for one. I love the pipes on the bike as they are because when I'm rolling, it's especially when I'm in the hills on a nice windy road, just kind of doing my thing. It's not intrusive.
It's got a nice rumble to it.
You
Yeah.
can hear the rumble, but
Yeah.
like when I let off the throttle and I'm just kind of sitting back and looking, it's not all just exhaust. But when I want
good.
to let someone know I'm there, I can hit this little button, and instead of going eek, eek, I can be like, "Ooga."
Aruga.
And I've always thought this funny because the Humvee's horn sounds
Sorry.
like my mom car horn.
It's
the thing is, it's a standard. It's a
the
standard horn that only like if you became an engineer and went to work for the person
No,
that
thank
made
you.
motorcycles
I
or
like
Humvees.
myself.
Huh?
I said no, thank you. I like myself.
Well, no, I'm just saying. So the
I'm just
reason,
kidding.
one of the reasons that when I became, a design engineer, because I remember being on the flight line, working on airplanes, like being inside of a part, like going like, why in the fuck is there a screw over here? Because the person that designs shit, they don't ever build anything.
They don't work on
they
what
don't
they design.
work on what they've designed, so they don't ever think, they don't turn wrenches and screwdrivers. So my biggest, not flex, but the pride of the job I did was I came from the world of the guy that turned wrenches and screwdrivers. I swung hammers, so I know that when you put something inside of this little cavity and you got to knock a pin out and you're like trying to like going, I hope you stub your fucking toe for
Step on a Lego barefoot.
Yeah.
Like I hope when you wake up one day, there's like your floor is made of Legos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I got to do that when I worked for Caterpillar. I got to actually build things like a whole track systems, and you got the little plate where you have to take it apart and work on the hydro system.
Right. Oh, trust me, I know that.
The cool thing about these computers is they have tools modeled in them, or if they don't, you can go to like Stanley's Snap-on's website and get the CAD drawing of a tool and bring it into your model. And I literally would take a tool and I would put it on a nut and see how much distance I can turn that wrench. I have wrenches in my garage that are 2 foot long. Yeah. And I would see how far I can turn that wrench per turn, but before it hits something.
Right.
Yeah.
Or how I can manipulate it into that spot. And then I would make it bigger. I'd make little changes that they didn't really notice because it takes so much approval. But even every job, and I had 4 jobs in that design engineering where I was able to take what the engineer did, not knowing, and go, this shit don't work.
Right.
For the guy working. And because there needs to be that liaison between the thinker who designs the cool thing and the person
common
that
sense.
has to build the cool thing with common
So
sense.
that can be applicable to different
because like we had a guy,
things.
we had an engineer build an electrical box with 2 points of contact, top, bottom, in the center. And I'm like, it's a box, 4 points of connection. He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, so when this box is on this guy's wellhead or pump house and he takes the cover off, all of a sudden, all the top level, middle level, and bottom are going to tweak because it's 1 point of contact in the middle.
Yeah. And
everything is going to tweak. When he gets it on, he's going to have to be sitting there shimmying. Well, we're saving money. How much does a freaking screw cost?
Shimmy.
Right.
Yes,
I'm like,
exactly.
or you'll have a rancher in the field that shoots your box off his wellhead and goes and buys another guy's box because there's 4 screws in each corner and he can take off those 4 screws. Everything's square and level, and he doesn't have to sit there and just like shimmy shit back in. And they looked at me and I'm like, you don't get it, but trust me, like you will not sell this unit more than the first go around. And then
like
of course
Mitsubishi, where they had the engine upside down. So if you want to get the spark plugs in a Mitsubishi, it was get underneath it.
Yeah,
Mitsubishi. You had to go underneath to get a spark plug out.
I remember the performance shop I worked in when I was stationed in Oklahoma. I had a second job working in the performance shop. I did body work for them. I built body kits for drift cars and drag cars. And the guys that did all the motor work, there was a Saab sitting in our shop for 6 months and these dudes were smart. They were just doing a cam replacement. And I remember watching this guy do a cam replacement on this Saab, and he had a micrometer that he had to bolt to each cam and turn to keep it. And I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, this is what is required to do because it was an upgraded. This was going from a stock Saab to whatever performance Saab they do. And I'm like, are you serious? He goes, dude, I got to do this on each cam, each side. And he goes, more than one. He goes, before you can even turn the motor over, because you had to like rotate the motor manually and it was just, I'm like, dude, he goes, really? He goes, yeah, this is going to take a while. I'm like, because you watch them doing it on Fords, Chevys, any other car, they're like, new cam, slap it in, do an adjustment, good to go.
Yeah. And they don't realise that those cars, they might be cheap to buy, but the minute you go to put them in a shop anywhere to get fixed, it's obviously dearer because...
Oh, yeah.
And also, Saab was engineered by an aircraft manufacturer.
Like when civilian vehicles came out with that one belt runs everything system instead of a separate belt here, they had the horizontally motors, and you had like this much room to get down to loosen up the idler arm to be able to pull that belt off. So you had to get a special tool that was skinny enough to, and it was like,
Yeah.
There's a lot of clips on TikTok. Jade talking about motors.
Oh.
Jade's like, I just tase people.
Like I said, a babysitter.
Yeah.
I thought I had the actual news articles pulled up, what I wanted to talk about tonight. I don't know if y'all remember the Arvada police officer that was shot and killed here a few months back.
I remember reading about that, yeah.
So the Arvada police officer that was shot and killed actually served with my sister. My sister knew him when she was a police officer. Said he was a very, very nice man. He was a school resource officer. He was responding. I don't know exactly what the call that he was responding to, but this guy pretty much, like, there's video of it that he's pretty much like walking down part of the aisle, because there's a old town in that area. So he's like walking down kind of like an alleyway, and the shooter gets out of his truck, walks up to the officer, shoots and kills him with a shotgun, returns back to his vehicle, puts the shotgun back in the vehicle, grabs, I don't know if they said it was an AK or an AR styled rifle, and then goes towards the town center of this area, which at that point, at that point, a Good Samaritan actually was in the area with a concealed carry. Yes, I muted you. Your background noise was driving me crazy.
We could hear too much of the tiki-takis.
This tea is simply...
But so the Good Samaritan actually came out, and he was the one that shot and killed the shooter.
Yeah.
Of the police officer.
Yeah.
But unfortunately was misidentified. I brought up how the officer who misidentified and shot and killed him is actually not going to be facing any charges. Because there was some sort of mix-up that when the Good Samaritan came into the line of sight, he was actually holding, or he had picked up the rifle from the original shooter.
Okay.
And it was misidentified as the shooter, as an active shooter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
I don't need your sass. But I just found out today.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Well, the reason I'm saying it because when I usually get in and my internet was crappy, it will pull audio from my actual webcam and not my mic.
Yeah.
So, and I usually get on and I'm like, sometimes it stays on my mic and I'm like, great. Sometimes it stays on my webcam. That's why I was like turning off my mic, thinking I'm muting myself without having anyone have to mute me.
No, we were just hearing the overload of your tiki-taki.
Yeah, because I have people on here that are helping me push sauce sales. They're sending me messages like, what do I do? And I send them a message in their thing, and then they put the promo codes for Black Friday.
On your TikTok, does it help you
real quick finish?
Go ahead, finish, Jay. I'm sorry.
So what I ended up finding out today, actually, that shooter, the original shooter that shot and killed the police officer, he actually had notes left at his house that he specifically said that he was going to kill as many police officers as possible.
Wow.
And on top of it, the police actually had contact with him 2 weeks prior to that happening, where he pretty much is not straight out threatening the police, but you could tell that he doesn't like the police and that he specifically doesn't like that department. And I know that there might be good ones, but because there's so many bad ones, we have to paint all of you police officers as bad. And 2 weeks later goes on a hunt for police, which unfortunately a Good Samaritan was killed, and a police officer. But that Good Samaritan, honestly, after seeing that, like, stopped a mass shooting.
Yeah.
And it's an example of a good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun.
Yeah.
Because it's the American way.
Yeah.
As the American drops out.
Yeah.
What do? You hit the wrong button?
With TikTok, if you heart the thing, does that help or not help the person? I don't know how TikTok works.
I think it's in their algorithm. Like when you tap the screen and it sends likes to the host, I think it helps the algorithm because a lot of people will come in after a lot of likes on Felix's and they'll be like, I saw this on my For You page.
Yeah. So all likes do is push it. It pushes the algorithm
likes
out.
And comments.
Likes and comments push out
videos.
to the For You page.
Yeah.
I'm trying something right now where I have a video where I can't tell you what it is
that I've
to
noticed.
keep it
and
so
it
anonymous.
helps if I do.
I have a video right now that I'm working on promoting.
I'll keep doing it then. Says,
like people that you're following or people that are following you as well, that's you're helping push it to them too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
so
showing
my wife said, "Don't
the common."
Oh no, keep the likes every time. I'll sit there and just do the old remember that old arcade game Track and Field?
Yeah.
And you'd have to sit there and like do this with your fingers to make your guy run.
I'm going to show you this, guys.
I do that on the Tiki-Taki, so it just pounds the likes in.
So Dave, when I'm on there and I tell you 1 second, I'm gonna push this real quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you notice like I'll have 300 likes on my page, and it kind of boosts up to like a lot real quick.
Good. Okay.
Yeah. Let me see here. Where is it at? Okay, here it is. There's this app I use. Let me pull it on my screen. You're not going to really see it, but you see that little check mark?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's called Easy Clicker.
Okay.
And on this, it kind of sucks on this phone because every time you turn it off, you have to enable it. But when you enable it, it pulls up this little bar on the side, and it pulls up a target. And you can it's for people that play video games.
Ah.
And so you take the little target and you put it anywhere on the screen. And on TikTok, it needs to be anywhere in the top or in the middle. And you put it on there, and then you hit play. And it does, let me see here, settings. It does 40 milliseconds of clicks. You can make it do 1 click per second up to 1 click every 5 seconds, or you can make it do a click every 40 milliseconds. Which is the fastest it can go.
That's
and I leave it on for 1 minute, and I think 1 minute gives me 1,300 clicks.
Nice.
And so I can be on live on my one phone. Yeah. And they just opened up the thing. I don't have to like backdoor this app to do it on this phone, because now you can like your own stuff.
Gotcha.
Before on TikTok, you couldn't like your own content.
I didn't know that wasn't a thing.
Yeah. You couldn't do it when it first started.
I've only had it. Well, no.
But now you can.
Now.
So on the same one I'm on live, I can just click it to help push my stuff to people's For You page. And I'll do it once in a while, you know, just to help, like, just to get it up there. Because once you get over 1,000 or 2,000 likes, you start hitting more people's For You page. And I'll get more people that'll come in from the For You page. But as Dave knows, I've watched, and I say it freely, I've watched someone sleep on TikTok. Have over 2,000 people in their live getting over $30,000 in gifts. just the time I watched, and all they were doing is literally sleeping.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Laying on the couch,
But
snoring.
I prep a whole meal and shoot archery while I'm smoking and hang out and listen to music, and I'll have like 10 people.
Yeah, it's
but
weird.
I don't really care about those 300 folks, because you got to look at, I'll take my 10 people that are actually engaged, asking questions, having conversation, over the 300 people that are just doing whatever the hell they're fucking doing, because I feel that eventually it'll be there over time.
Yeah, like my dad used to say, I'll take 4 quarters over 100 pennies any day.
Yeah.
You know.
That's so true. When you get older, you really realize that, don't you? You know,
yeah.
I'll have 3 good friends over 30 average friends. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Really
keep your circle, it's like the Fockers. Like, you're not in a circle of trust. You're out here. You're not in a circle of trust.
Yeah.
Circle of trust.
The circle of trust.
Awesome,
really, Greg? You can milk a cat?
Yeah.
Milk a cat.
You can milk me, Greg? I have nipples. Can you milk me?
Don't get me started on nut juice.
I was joking with a chef friend of mine, and she was talking about she loved her milk, her coffee with almond milk, and I'm like, you mean almond juice? And she was like, no, almond milk. I'm like, no such thing.
No such thing. It's nut juice.
It's nut juice. And she was like, oh my God. She's like, oh my God. I'm like,
call it what it is. Truth in advertising. It's nut juice. I don't care what you know.
Yep, I agree.
But when it first like really came out and stuff like that, you really think it would have become as big as it is?
No.
Oh no, not at all.
No. Not at all. That's why they were like, look, we can't call it nut juice, guys. Nobody's gonna buy this.
Oh, you know? I know some people that might.
Well, there's
a few circles.
Oh, we got a snort.
Snort.
You got to drink on the snort.
Yeah. No, I'm drinking water, but
it's all good. Drink's a drink.
Drink's a drink.
But yeah, so you know, they were the ad guys that were like, look, we're just gonna call it milk, and all the soy tofu eating people will buy it. They'll love it.
Yeah. Pretty much. I'll be right back, guys.
But yeah, I used to see that, and I was like, you know,
well, before I leave, Michael, that is a falsehood. You retired from the Navy. I really doubt your circle is still small.
Oh,
bro.
Oh, Mike.
That was rude.
Dropping bombs.
We've got to get the Air Force back for that one, sure.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, geez. Why you gotta be so mean? I totally just
Mike made some of that bread that he makes. He made one regular and one Reaper Fire, you know, and took it into work. And I seen on one of his Facebook posts that one of his buddies was like, that ain't the stuff that's like the fire from my butthole, is it? And he goes, one is, one isn't, you know.
I swear, butthole is said on at least every show, if not every day in our chat.
Exit only. That's why he never made Master Chief.
Oh.
Wow, this is the most Navy jokes ever. I usually give Navy a pass.
Say, this is not.
Yeah.
I usually give Navy a pass because of my stepfather who passed, my dad who passed, you know, being Navy. But I don't know, you know, Michael, you have enthused my, you know.
And I think I stole Cricket's meme and shared it, and also I got about 100 bloody likes on that meme.
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh, the one about when
the
I
sleeping
sleep,
pattern
I turn into a, you know what I mean? I'm doing this dance. I forget the one. 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Where'd he go?
He went to a different tab to pull up the video.
Yeah, I didn't, because he's on his phone. So he's like, where'd he go?
He's paused.
Sorry, I'm back. I'll find it later and I'll share it again with you. The one that I stole from your page and then put on mine. I steal memes and share them. So
it's tactically acquired or lateral transfer. It's not stealing of memes.
It's spreading information.
Well, and I love that on Facebook. People will be like, "Oh my god, I love that meme. I'm stealing it." And I'm like, "How the heck? I'm not that smart. How do you think I got it?"
Yeah,
You know?
a lot of my stuff is shared. It's shared.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
You're
you good?
Sorry, I just got
Yeah,
like a
thank
random
you.
alert that I was like looking at. I don't know if you know this, but I'm like not legit blind, but I need glasses. So I'm always squinting and moving things around and trying to read shit.
You're not the only one. Felix can't find, or has he found them yet?
Have I found what?
Your glasses.
I don't need no damn glasses.
I got eyeballs right here that God gave me. If
I'll be right
if he
back.
don't
I
want me to
can't
see
hear
shit,
you.
I don't need to
I'll be
see
right
it.
back.
If God wills it, it shall be.
Yeah.
I actually made that comment today when I was in town with the wife. I'm like, I don't know where my glasses are at.
Oh.
Like, I really don't know. I forgot.
Ruh-roh. I
Yeah,
remember
I
the
got-
last time he lost his glasses. That did not turn out so well.
Well, and it's even how I told y'all when I went and visited baby Jesus, and Daniel had to drive, or boy had to drive especially at night, because I realized that I can't fucking see at night. So for tomorrow, our going to be birthday boy this week is driving us. So technically, I have a
Nice.
DD.
Nice.
So
I know when I got my permit and my license, my parents got a lot happier.
So we have one for sure driver, and like I said, he's gonna be 18, which is insane because
I remember
remember him being in pull-ups.
Yeah, I remember like sitting at the house one time. Mom and Dad were like, "Hey, we're going to our bowling banquet. We'll be back, such and such time, And I'm like, "Cool." So I'm just sitting in the house listening to music, smoking weed, and I get a call, and I hear my mom laughing, and I'm like, "Hello?" And she goes, "Oh, hey, you answered," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's how we're talking," And I started realizing, okay, Mom's a little buzzed, and so like Dad grabs the phone after like incoherent babble from Mom. Dad grabs the phone and he's like, "Hey, you got your car?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dad, I'm home. The car's, He goes, "Good. You got to come up here and pick us up. We're too drunk." And I'm like, "Oh, fucking great." So like, I'm like 19 and I'm having to go pick up my mom and dad that are too drunk to drive home. And I was like, this is just,
I never experienced that because my mom, as far as I know, like I've seen her drink, but she really isn't a drinker. So for my mom, if my mom or my dad ever were to call me for a ride, there's
my mom and
something
dad,
up.
I used to watch my mom and dad on bowling, and like they had bowling leagues, and like the women league was down that direction and the men's league was here, and then they had co-ed in the middle. And my mom and dad, I remember watching my dad and his team, like literally like pitchers of beer and shots, all freaking three games, 3 bowling games, and they would be loaded,
Yeah, honestly, I want to go bowling. It's one thing that I actually can do. What happened to Dame?
I haven't went bowling in years. I was bowling at one point in time. I was on 3 bowling leagues a week. I was on a Monday team, a Wednesday team, and a Friday fuck off team. There were 3 of us on the team. It wasn't like a full 5 team. It was only 3. And we would just get so blasted on Friday nights.
Look at me, I got lasers.
Freaking lasers.
Freaking lasers.
I got laser beams in my eyeballs so I can see the balls better.
What the fuck?
You're on fire, Felix.
Oh man, you're killing the Navy tonight.
Yo, we gotta go. There's something wrong in something.
Yeah, the
in the
universe
universe.
has changed. He must have got room service last night or something, you know.
Yeah, no.
Bourbon.
Bourbon.
Liquor makes the mind go quicker.
Liquor in the front and poker in the rear.
I got sharks with laser beams.
I got sharks with freaking laser beams.
Beams.
No, we
One
used to go. We used to go
million
bowling all
dollars.
the time. Like we would go like $2 bowling nights and stuff like that. Or
I
even-
wish I can still bowl. That's literally pretty much. I wish I can call a VA and claim that I can't bowl anymore as like a thing.
Was it your back?
Shoulder.
No, because of my shoulders.
Oh, shoulder. Shoulder.
Yeah, because of my shoulders, and then I had surgery on both thumbs, both fingers, both hands. So yeah, this whole thing to bowl, I can't.
Oh, see, now you got me
Wrist,
worried because
thumbs.
my hands haven't been.
Wrist, thumbs. I
Been
have carpal
amazing.
tunnel on both, and then I had trigonosis with these right here because of pulling drills.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
wasn't.
sure-
I was
sure
pulling
it was
triggers.
from
But I was pulling the
drills.
triggers that mattered because
Yeah.
when I pulled the triggers, warheads on foreheads. You may have had an amazing sniper shot where you kill one person, but I put a rivet in an airplane and we blew up a bunch of people.
I think it would also be fun to go play pool.
I can play pool. I
You
can still
can?
do that.
I
I'm not
suck
like
at
that.
it. I did it all the time and still sucked at it, but I got freaking.
So you suck at balls?
Oh my!
No one is safe.
No one.
Oh, geez, on
Happy Thanksgiving
everyone.
from Veterans Anonymous.
No one is safe.
No,
Oh
but
my.
for real, like around the holidays and stuff like that, it can be a lonely time. So it's amazing that we're able to bullshit the way that we're bullshitting.
Yes.
I think it's
Yeah.
it really is. Like
Yeah, I was actually really happy.
We
and
can be
it's not-
dark and somber right now because of talking about being lonely and whatnot. But I
Yeah.
think this is perfect. Like
But no,
This is
it's
perfect.
seriously like they have a show the day before Turkey Day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I was even thinking about it. Like I'm in the kitchen cooking greens, getting them all prepped, and I'm like, this is pretty BA. Like I'm not going. This is my last live video until Monday. The rest of the stuff I'm going to be doing is going to be, derived content from my cooking. Like I was up there prepping, like almost 4 pounds of greens. I got my ham hocks out, which if you know what a ham hock is, it's pretty much any bone joint
Yeah.
of the ham with meat on it and fat that you put in the greens. And the greens are right now upstairs in water, vinegar, salt, and ice, soaking, getting clean. And then I'll drain those, clean them off, and then cook them tomorrow with the ham hocks, some water.
You're going to make sure to add walnuts and pine cones and raisins to those greens, aren't you?
That shit will get you murked. Like literally, if you do that in my house, the next thing you're going to hear is this.
Right?
Yeah, that's the
I
next
saw
sound.
I saw that video and I'm like, I'm a freaking Yankee, and I know that will get you killed. You know.
That's the next sound you shall hear in the South. If you put freaking pine nuts in your greens, there's a lady who I'm gonna say on paper she's black.
She has to do that on purpose. Nobody
She
can be
does it
that
on
bad.
purpose. She does. She actually does it on purpose.
Okay,
But
I was going to say
it's
there's
funny.
no way. It's freaking hilarious.
What's funny about her account is she's black, and she talks about her husband, and he hasn't had the best thing. And then she does grits. And the cool thing is about her grits when she starts, I'm like, ooh, I've never thought about putting those seasonings in my grits.
Yeah.
And then she starts adding raisins, and I'm like, and
Oh,
brown sugar, and I'm
no.
like, now brown
why
sugar.
are raisins even a fucking thing? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm not
I don't
about.
understand their existence.
I'm not
No.
averse to brown sugar because brown sugar. I know some people like sweet grits, and I've tried them. I'm not a fan, but okay. But then she
Right.
puts raisins, and then when she made greens, she did the greens and she added pecans and almonds and pine nuts, and I'm like,
Didn't one of them? She added like shredded carrots to it, and I was like, what
Oh
the-
no.
who
No.
hurt you? Who hurt you?
Well, when she tried,
Well, I will say, I've stayed out of the fucking banana pudding war because I'm from the West. So I'm not too. I don't know too much Southern food. I don't necessarily care for grits myself.
You
However,
haven't had my grits.
I
I'm all saying. Anyway, go ahead.
bring them.
Broughton.
It has
Brung-
already been brought in, bro.
Grits
Brungen.
Broughton. You got grits Broughton.
No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not going to not try it because I've had
No.
it in the past. Then
No.
I didn't care for it, but I will.
No.
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 I eat around raisins and bread pudding.
Yeah,
I well, like in the chow hall,
But
I knew guys be from like Mississippi and Louisiana, and they'd get like grits for breakfast in the chow hall, and I seen one dude go like this, and he goes, and I was like,
Frank
"Yep,
Urban,
that's
you have redeemed yourself right there. That is basic grits, salt, butter.
yep,
Yes.
You want to add stuff to grits? Shrimp, bacon, and
Bacon.
eggs,
Bacon.
cheese, and
Bacon.
that. If you go outside that box, I'm sorry, I'm an out the box thinker. You go outside of the savory grit box, you have lost me. Like
Yes.
this is like the trip we're on a rocket ship.
I'm-
We're on a rocket ship with the planet's about to explode, and I put my hand down and I'm like, "What do you want in your grits?" And you say anything sweet. I'm like, "Oh,
yeah, right, bye bye,
we're leaving you on the planet. Have fun with Wally."
yeah." You know what happened to so and so? Oh, he didn't make it. I'm sorry.
He tripped and fell. I saw the
I
zombies got him.
don't know. But Damo,
I reached and
biscuits and gravy.
oh yeah,
Ooh.
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah?
Biscuits and
Yes.
gravy.
Yes. I've had them here in Queensland. When I was in Queensland, there was
Is
a
it white
American
gravy?
chef there. No, brown gravy.
What?
Yep.
I could see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
was
meat in the
different.
gravy?
Is it? Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Is there meat in
meat?
the gravy?
Yes.
Ground meat?
Brown meat. Yes.
Ground meat.
Like sausage or hamburger.
Oh no. What was in there? Mince, which is sausage meat. Yeah.
Sausage. All right.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
That
All right.
works.
I can do brown gravy. The color.
We're all on our seats. Like,
I
Yeah,
know.
we're all
what
like-
kind of biscuits?
Oh God, I can't remember now.
Are they
Yeah.
they light and fluffy like layered?
Light
or
and
they're
fluffy. Yeah, they were
are
light
they
and fluffy.
solid like? Yes.
oh,
No, light and fluffy. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
the best ever. I only ever had it
so
once.
you've
'cause it's hard
had
to get here.
good biscuits and gravy.
We're
And
gonna
when
give
it-
you. I'm gonna hold up. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna call Homeland Security. Like he gets a pass, so
Yes.
we will send him a visa. He can come to America.
Him and his
Oh.
family, we're
Biscuits
gonna
and
take him
gravy
in.
pass.
We're,
Like
him
you
and
think
his-
I'm joking, dude? If the world goes to
him and
shit,
his
I
family,
have
we're gonna
a.
take him in. Don't
We have
ask any questions.
If
We're
the world goes to
we're
shit,
taking him
I
in.
have a very specific set of
Thank you.
questions to ask people. Like, have you seen Star Wars or Star Trek? What do you think?
Oh,
Biscuits and gravy. What do you want on your freaking grits? Like that
Yeah.
kind of shit. I'm asking real questions to find out if you're an ally.
when
oh, Star Wars all the way. Star
When
Wars all the way. I'm a.
Do
Yeah,
you
I've even
like
got Star
kale?
Wars.
On anything.
No.
I've
No.
never even tried kale.
when I was stationed at Carson, we had a little
the friend's child or the friend's child, the child's friend. Their name is Kale. To
when
know.
me and Audie were stationed at Carson, one of the little shopettes had like a little kitchen thing, and they had this like seriously 80-year-old gray-haired German lady that made the best biscuits and gravy. Like we would wake up early to drive over there to get in line, because if you weren't like 50 in line, you weren't getting biscuits and gravy. You know, it was that good.
Yeah.
I was just catching
Yeah,
up
definitely
on
Star
a few
Wars.
of the comments.
Star Wars. To me, it's both.
Oh,
Like
you
Marvel
Yeah, I've never
DC?
actually watched Star Wars until
What?
the new movie, or not Star
What?
Wars. Sorry, Star Trek. I fucked up.
Oh, okay.
So the
Okay.
so
No, I grew
Whoa.
up. I grew up watching the
So
actual
the reason
Star Wars
I
movies.
like
But I'm saying
Star
like Star Trek. That was before.
So
my
over Star
time.
Wars, like
Sorry
Star Wars.
to date y'all.
So to me, I grew up like I remember being a little kid and going down Canal Street
Same.
in New Orleans which is the main drag, and going past the Joy Theater, which used to be an amazing place. But if you want to go now, it's closed. But the last time I went, there was rats, and you might get shot because I know the screen got shot a couple times when I was there. No shit, no lie. We'll talk about that later. But there was giant words, Star Wars. And so me and my dad walked in because we used to watch Doctor Who, and we saw this and that opening music and the letters and everything going by, and it's all this space. But this guy whittled it down. I watched a video. He goes, Star Wars was literally a soap opera about a family drama that lasted 3 movies, that they expanded to 3 more movies, they expanded to 2 more movies.
Yep.
And he goes, but Star Trek, the reason he loved it is because it was the ability to see humanity get past its humanity and actually be human to one another with no, like, none of the racism, none of the sexism. Like, people were just people going out into the galaxy together with other races and species and trying to just, like, there's no money. There's no, like, it's a little socialist if you think about it.
It's a lot of socialist if you think about it.
It's a lot of socialist.
Just saying. But it's a cool idea.
But people were doing things for a greater cause. And yes, that will probably never happen until we actually, like, even Ronald Reagan said it in the speech, humanity will never come together until there's an alien invasion. Yeah. And then maybe we will, maybe we won't. Until we are all subject to the same threat, we will never come together as a people.
Kismet. Sorry.
Kismet.
Did you see
that was a word that I was like trying to think of, and it popped in my head.
I say that word all the time.
Did you see where the government authorized DOD to start investigating military reported UFOs now?
Yes, I read that.
Well, they released that they have them. They had to release that, and I think it was a distraction, but they released all the FLIR footage from fighters. That they would catch the objects that would go from water level, like they'd be like 5 feet across the water and go 30,000 feet in 5 seconds, because we have nothing that can move that fast with a human inside of it, because whoever's inside of that would be gelatin. So
I think it's funny, like it was either today or yesterday, they like recently authorized the DOD to streamline UFOs reported by the military, not like average civilians, like military people, like jet fighter pilots and people. It streamlines the UFO reporting, and they said, like, I think it was 133 reports. They've only been able to disprove 1.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, what about the other 130 whatever? I want to know about those. What the fuck are those?
I've got a joke about that, though. An alien ship went past and they wound the window up.
Yeah, right? They locked the door.
They're going, stuff that. That's the Navy you don't talk about, kids. We'll keep going.
Yeah.
Well, it's true. There's more shit in the ocean that we don't know about than we do know about. And it's one of those things like the movie The Abyss, when the guys are doing the underwater welding and the guy has to use the rebreather and he falls down the trench, the Mariner's Trench, and the aliens come up. Or the movie Battleship, where the aliens come and they land in the ocean and they're fighting us because their ships are these really stupid ships that hop in the water. Or the one movie where
Pacific Rim,
or the one Battle Los Angeles, where the aliens come and they're sucking up the ocean. Even the movie with Tom Cruise, Oblivion, the alien whatever came and they just used these hydro pumps to steal our oceans. Like there's a lot of stuff out there because the one anomaly in the universe is Earth that we can see. But they go all the planets out there, that there has to be more of what we got here, other places. But what sets that place apart? Did the life grow because the sun was closer by this many millions of miles or farther away? If life, and what I think is funny, because one of my professors in college in literature told me this: if a human can think it, you're thinking up what's already real somewhere. So if you look at Gene Roddenberry, Star Trek,
Yeah.
they had the communicator, which was Nextel phones. Then Next Generation had all these touch screens. That's what we have nowadays in cars and everything. But you think about the guys that do Marvel, like that imagination, that inspiration came from something. But where did it actually come from? Did it come from some kind of weird genetic knowing that this is out there? Somewhere where there's a crystalline life form that is, lives somewhere, or there's this other race of underwater people, blah, 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 that lives on this planet that doesn't have any land, and they adapted. But it's one of those things like we will never know until we get there. And we may never know, because I still believe Earth is the trailer park of the universe. And
very much so.
They're like, see that big red giant or the big yellow? You want to make sure you get fuel before you get there, because if you got to stop, there's going to be a lot of weird shit. And the people and the alien ships that we saw, they were like, all right, cool. We fucked up.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
We got to stop here, and we're going to get some shit, and we're going to get the fuck out. So that's when we have fighter jets that fly around, and they see like this thing hovering over water, because they're probably doing some kind of conversion, like at the gas station. And you've been in them hood gas stations where you're like, pump it, just pump it and shut up. Keep the engine running. Pump it. Keep it at 5,000 RPMs. And they're like, and then they see, oh, humans are here, and they're like, gotta go. And they're like, oh, what was that? Yeah, that was aliens. Like, we in the hood, son. Because if you think about it, all the things we broadcast, all the movies, Data Earth Stood Still?
Yes.
It's alien comes down. Might be peaceful, might not. What do? We shoot them. Like everything in the humanity is shoot first, ask questions later. So why would I come to you and be like, hey, buddy? It's like me going to a house door to door, and I see like, a clan symbol on the mailbox. I'm like, I'm probably gonna skip this house. Like, I'm not going to the door.
And what do we do if they say, take us to your leader? It depends on which country they go to. And then it's like, mate,
you take them to Biden? They're like, no, we want the leader, not the janitor.
Yeah, not the janitor. Where's the real boss? You're joking, right?
Or you send them to Putin. You send them to Putin. Take them to your leader. Not gonna lie, I'd much rather send them to Putin than Biden. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Or if they say like North Korea, we're all fucked.
Yes. Depends where they live.
What leader do you want?
Yeah, who do you want? I'll send them to we need to find someone who is a super popular person that we can send. I don't want to send. I would have sent him to The Rock before I figured out he was a super Biden supporting liberal.
I agree.
So let me see. I would send them.
You're not helping my claim to not liking large bodies of water.
I'd send him to Woody Harrelson.
I'd send him to Woody.
Woody is like Elon Musk.
No, I would send them to Charlie Sheen.
Oh yeah,
twinning.
Oh, God. Winning.
Tiger blood, winning, dude.
Twinning came off of that.
Aliens would be like, "This is your leader."
Yeah,
and, dude. We would be in the Galactic Alliance in no time.
Right,
no time.
Charlie Sheen and Elon Musk together brings us to the next precipice of humanity.
Yeah.
Speaking of Elon Musk, did you see that show on Joe Rogan's podcast where Elon was on and they were
Yes.
He takes a hit and he goes,
Yeah, I love that one part where he's like, and
Tesla stock dropped like 20% and everyone's freaking out and he's like, whatever, fuckers.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah,
I don't care. Well, we're at the top of the last hour and it's time to say goodbye.
Don't do that shit.
For the week.
It sounds like the Mickey Mouse house.
That's what I was going for.
Club, whatever.
And now it's time to say goodbye to all my company.
M-I-C.
No,
Be real
I can't spell that.
K-E-Y. Why? Because we love
you.
M-O-U-S-E.
What about that movie Full Metal Jacket at the end where they're singing "Who's the leader of the top"?
Yeah,
Who's
who's the
you
leader
and
of the? They did sing that. They sung that.
Yeah, right at the end. Anyway.
Oh, Jade,
Oh,
get back here! You can't run. You can't hide from the veterans' mousecapades.
we changed it to Mickey Mouse.
Dude,
and
Mike, you were at Disney like every other day. We mean no.
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. Ever
Well,
let
I
solar
hate to
banner
put you all
high.
on the spot, but
Hi,
would you
hi,
guys
hi.
be interested in doing 30 extra minutes just because it's the day before Thanksgiving?
I'm down. I got beer.
I got nothing.
And yeah, John,
I know you're busy, but
Yeah.
John, we changed it to Mickey Moose too.
Michael, you have a great weekend as well. So.
Yeah,
stay safe on your travels home.
But definitely,
Enjoy the
guys, I'm
time with
down
the
for you guys to keep rocking and rolling for another 30. I can't, unfortunately, because I have early morning cooks to get started.
Oh yeah, you got like family coming and stuff.
And family coming, and I'm on a schedule. I'm on a schedule.
My schedule will not allow it.
I have a schedule. Would not
The
allow
child
it.
mentioned a check.
At 4:15, I have to have the turkeys on. 3:35.
Do that TikTok. Have
What?
you seen it?
No.
How people have been doing, like, keeping a schedule
I'll
with
look it
that
up.
sound? You should totally do it. With the sound of the Grinch doing 4:15. Wallow in self-pity.
Oh, that one, yeah.
This time, have dinner with myself. I can't cancel that.
Yeah.
Let me see. Grinch schedule.
Sound.
Well, have you seen my other one I did recently?
I want them brownies.
Have you not?
Oh, I did see that. Didn't I? I liked it. I thought.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That was good.
That was funny.
It goes goop boop, and now it's going boop goop. I can see sounds. I can hear colors. I forgot how to shit.
Sir, have you taken any illegal substances?
No, I just ate a brownie that a drug addict gave me, but that ain't got nothing to do with my emergency.
And what's your emergency, sir?
I measured my butt crack 3 times, and it was longer each time.
This is really where I lost it.
People. Ooh, there's like 17 more brownies on that plate. I'm gonna finish them off and call you back.
Yeah, I remember that.
So when I did that one, I heard the sound from someone else, and people do like mundane stuff when they're doing that, like cutting fruit or cutting wood. And it passed me, and I had my Bluetooth in, and I'm sitting there walking through the house, clean and doing whatever, and I just started laughing, and I couldn't. And since I didn't have my phone on me, it kept replaying. Like I'm getting clothes, I'm doing stuff, and I'm just like dying. I'm like, and it clicked. I'm like, I got to do that sound. I have to do, because I looked at the sound and no one's done like it personally.
Right.
They were all doing mundane stuff. I'm like, I'm doing this shit personally because it's freaking hilarious. I don't even care how many people do it.
I have not heard that sound.
It is making me laugh hysterically, and I'm gonna do it. But I'm looking up the Grinch one right now.
Yeah,
It's
right.
called Grinch schedule.
Yeah, so once this
No, it would
COVID
totally
stuff-
make sense for you, like specifically for your Thanksgiving and stuff like that. Like, would totally fit.
I'm actually looking
So
forward.
what you do, or what I've seen, is that you let the sound clip roll, and then you put what you're scheduled to do.
If I wanted to go,
This one?
my schedule wouldn't allow it.
Yes,
Yeah.
that one.
Wallow in self-pity.
Never those who's inviting me down now. On such short notice. Even if I wanted to go, my schedule wouldn't allow it. 4 o'clock, follow its company. 4:30, stare into the abyss. 5 o'clock, solve world hunger. Tell no one. 5:30, jazz
Yeah.
6:30, dinner with me. I can't cancel that again. I'll wrestle with myself alone. I'm booked.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
am
you
totally
gotta
gonna
do that.
one for Thanksgiving.
Yep.
That was pretty. That one would be really funny. But no, guys. Well, since you guys are gonna stay on, please stay on. And even if you want to go over half an hour, there's technically no set schedule because Scramjet's first premiere was 4. So it is the holidays. If you guys want to get on here and you want to just kind of be a part of the crowd, say hi, do whatever, please hit it in chat. If you can, they'll pull you in, it is the holidays and people do feel kind of alone and it's understandable, but we're your family. We're here for you. And there is no limitations on what we will do. What is that noise? It's like every time yeah, it's like
I don't know. I don't know.
My hands were empty. It wasn't me making noise.
Well, it's not just once.
Yeah.
I'll just mute myself and see if it is.
I don't think it's you.
Yeah, but so
our headsets played tricks on us. See that it went again.
I just heard it. We have a hacker in the
Wasn't me.
It's very weird. Dave's on there.
Maybe connection with somebody's headset. I don't know.
It's from your hands, Dave. Where's the lotion?
Where's the lotion?
I'm not in that. I do that in the bathroom where the lotion's at, not in the back office.
Bro.
All right. You have rules.
Note to self: piss and shit in Dave's front yard. And the cops come and ask why? Just because. Bring a black light in there and I'll go in.
I usually don't hear it on my end, and I keep hearing it.
Have you guys seen 2.5 Men where they go into the room, Charlie Sheen's room?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Black light all around.
Yeah, that's why.
He's like, don't point that on the ceiling, and they're like,
Alexa, turn lights purple.
Yeah. Looks like I think they say it looks like a Sidney Pollock painting.
A Jackson Pollock painting.
Jackson Pollock, that's it. Yeah.
But no, yeah. So for one, guys, it is the holidays. Reach out. We're reaching out right here. I thought it was fortuitous that we actually had a show the day before Thanksgiving. That means next year the show will be on Thanksgiving, but we'll do one. Doesn't it go forward?
No.
I don't know.
No, but Thanksgiving's always show.
It's always a Thursday. No, Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday.
Yeah, Thanksgiving's always the third Thursday of November.
There's a whole thing about our calendar that I'd listened to this guy on another podcast who talks about how messed up our calendar is, how some days shift and some days don't.
It's the holidays that shift and don't, like, Thanksgiving is always the third Thursday, but
Christmas is always the 25th.
Yeah, and July 4th
Halloween
is always the 4th.
The 31st.
Yeah.
But
Labor Day is always the first Monday of September?
Right.
It is confusing though, Felix. It is, yeah.
Easter is always on the day instead of the number. Yeah, yeah.
Talk, guys.
What's up, bro? Can you hear us?
I hear it.
He's on mute.
I'm muting people to see
he's trying to figure out the source of this noise, which is at a frequency that I can actually fucking hear.
Yes,
and it is like.
Jade, me and you were talking. It's not here.
No, I don't hear it.
So, let's bring Dave in.
It's almost like a water bottle is crinkling or cellophane or something. Yeah.
Well, this isn't the first time that I've heard this type of noise.
And now we're
Gremlins. Yes.
In Australia.
It's the Chinese. They're spying on us.
It's a goose.
Oh,
there's back.
There it goes.
Was it me?
And we're talking.
I think it might.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's something. Some kind of. I think it's just static on your end, brother, because you don't have headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be that, but like if I've heard it with Ducky too. So maybe
Yeah,
it
I
is
think
the
it's
no
because
headphones thing.
you don't
and
have the
just
headphones on, which is totally fine. Well, it just started because it wasn't on the whole show at
the
all.
entire time.
It's them
Yeah.
Australians. They're spying on you, Damo.
Well, like,
Yeah,
what is
well,
it?
they'd be
What
pretty
are they trying to
bored,
find a
mate,
good beer?
because- I do memes here, sir. The Chinese will be going, those Aussies are crazy. Let's just
Yeah.
avoid that.
We can't mess with that island.
Yeah.
Cancel
Well, they're going to get
Red
past
Dawn
a lot
2.
of people to get there.
Yeah. But no,
Then they
seriously,
get
guys,
here anyway.
pretty much
He
if
pretty
you
much have like stayed on anyway.
if you need
it
help,
depends on y'all, like how long we stay on.
if you need help, if you want to reach out, send me a message. I got it, because I'm used to talking to folks during the holidays, especially veterans, especially people that want to know how to cook. I appreciate you guys getting on, following us, doing what we do, because we're here for you, and let you guys know you guys are here for us, because this is more than just outreach for you guys. This is their cathartic, what is it?
Cathartic
For us as well.
Big brain on the stoner here. Didn't think I knew that one, did you?
Well, dude, I told you, I'm taking all. I'm literally like taking all of your good ideas and information.
I know, bro.
It's gonna be like sitting around going.
By the end of the month, I'm gonna be like, what's his name, sitting in a wheelchair drooling on myself, dude. Stephen Hawking. I'll be like,
But love you guys. Have a great Turkey Day, or whatever you call it. Indigenous people fuck over day, or whatever. Do your thing. But I will see you guys next week. Be frosty, stay frosty, and love you all.
Love
you too, mate. Yep.
Love you, brother. Yeah, and
we pretty much stayed half the time we projected. Like I said,
I forgot to mention.
If y'all are fine with it, we'll go as long as anyone wants. You know.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Cuddling Kitten's friend. I call her Gen 2.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Gen 2. I forgot to mention her earlier this night. Gen 2.
Mrs. Sandiford on TikTok. What started out as a small gesture to give a little bit of home to single soldiers in the barracks has exploded in like the last 4 days. She's got enough food to feed like 500 people, bro. They literally had to get a hold of Fort Campbell and get people to help them. Like the church on Fort Campbell is letting them use the kitchen.
Really?
They got so much food to give. A place donated boxes and food so they could make box Thanksgiving dinners to ship throughout Fort Campbell for the single soldiers, you know.
A random comment. Pull up while we're talking about what we're talking about. But seriously, if y'all are at the barracks in Fort Campbell, look for we're gonna say Gen 2. She's Specialist Grandpa's wife, right?
Think no, she's Mrs. Sandiford on TikTok.
Well, I know, but her husband is on TikTok as well.
Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah,
he's Specialist Grandpa. I don't know if there's numbers or something involved, but she, I know that I shared the information out because she was like, hey, I'm going to be making dinners on Saturday. This is not going to be tomorrow. This is actually going to be on Saturday.
Yeah.
So if you're in the Fort Campbell area, and I don't even think she's going to freaking like make sure that you're living in the barracks or anything like that. But if you need a meal, she is pretty much like she was going to make all this food in her own kitchen and then realized, hey, I don't have like containers and stuff like that. So she reached out to.
It got way big.
Was it Loco Tacos or
Taco Loco or Loco Taco?
Loco.
Yeah, and they brought her. They brought her.
They not only gave her containers, but they also provided her with more food.
Yeah.
So then when she realized that, we have enough food to provide for so many people, she reached out to the church.
Well, no, she kind of did. It was kind of like
she reached out to the chaplain.
Yeah, and then what was funny was her husband, who is still active duty on Campbell, got a call that's like, hey, you have to report to the chaplain. Now, when I was
that is a nerve-wracking call.
Yeah, now I was like, my first thought would be like, what the hell did you do that you're getting a direct call from a chaplain to report?
Well,
Yeah.
with and in my experience, it's more of like, oh my God, somebody died.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know, and so like
Yeah.
when he shows up, well, what's funny is when he was like, she talked about this on a live this morning. She was like, yeah, so like the hubby shows up to the chaplain's office, and the chaplain's like, you know, hey, I heard your wife is doing this and blah blah blah. What does she have? How can we help? So instead of calling her and going, you know, hey, how many pounds of potatoes, how many turkeys, he shows her the tiki-taki, right?
Gotcha.
Of her like rubbing the turkey, doing like caressing the turkey. And she's got to go talk to this chaplain like tomorrow or Friday after he sees her molesting a turkey on TikTok, you know?
I told her, I was like, I love the turkeys. She was.
Oh yeah, but you know, so it's like this whole thing is just like, and that's what I love. Like it's got to us veterans, instead of like, and yeah, the VA is good for certain things, but there's other things we got to start small in our little local areas.
Yes.
You know, because the VA right now, sadly, and it's probably the same way in Australia, they're too big to help anymore. There's too much paperwork, too much politics, too much bureaucracy.
Yeah.
So we got to go to small stuff like, you know, Gen 2 is doing with, you know, hey, we're cooking a meal.
I can't wait to tell her that's her nickname.
Oh, she knows that I call her that too, because like when Kittens and her like had that little girls' weekend, I couldn't remember her name.
So awesome.
So I just started calling her Gen 2.
And you're right. We've all got to learn to reach out because we've all been posted to places where we know no one. You know what I mean? We've all had postings where you're like, where the hell is this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
you know,
especially like barracks.
Yes.
And I want to say, like with COVID too.
Yeah.
These soldiers that would you maybe get leave to go home,
if you're lucky,
aren't getting it. You know, I have been fortunate enough that my time in the service, I was able to actually make it home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say that I'm blessed, lucky, everything else because I was able to. So but I realize that as, you know, like I understand what it's like to be away for holidays.
Yeah, it sucks.
And birthdays and significant events and stuff like that. That it's just like, so with her doing this for Thanksgiving, like I said, it's on Saturday, not tomorrow, but she is they're probably 500 or 300 to 500 meals.
Oh, easily with the amount of food that she's got. Oh,
because
yeah, easily.
The church is opening up their kitchen for her in order to cook all of this food because she's like, how am I going to do this with my little kitchen that I have in my home? So the church ended up opening their kitchen, but they also donated money for more food.
Well, and people have volunteered to come in and help cook, to come in and help
there's
drive.
volunteers out. This is amazing. Yeah, and
awesome.
I wish I would have flippin' remembered to say that at the beginning of the show. I know.
Well, and the other thing that's cool, like you being an MP will appreciate this. Like they got a hold of the MPs and was like, hey, we're going to be, you know, dropping food off on Saturday. Make sure the gate guards know about it, you know?
Yes. Yeah, all the little logistics that all add up. But it's an amazing thing when you're posted in the middle of nowhere and to get a meal and be sitting around and people, you know what I mean? Having that conversation that you can't normally have with your own family, you know?
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. It's amazing.
Well,
it's amazing.
I remember being a single soldier and like, you know, in Korea for Thanksgiving, and the options were, you know, stay in the barracks or go to the DFAC and have the combination white and dark meat slice, which really bothered me because nowhere on a turkey does white and dark meat touch like they have a loaf, you know, and it's like, you know, and you know, like the platoon sergeant's wife would be like, hey, you guys are welcome to come over. And it was like, that never felt comfortable to do.
No, not as a young person. No.
Right. You know,
and we're all young back then, you know,
and like the good intention
Oh,
was
it was
there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
oh
But
yeah, but
as a younger person with somebody who's higher ranking that you don't necessarily know on a personal level,
right.
where you're just kind of
And
like,
now all of a sudden you're at their house and talking to their pets and their
Yeah.
kids and their uncle from
right? It's a outer
Yeah.
out of world
yeah,
experience.
Yeah. It'd be freaky. It wouldn't be. Yeah.
you know. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
John with the
great.
Cat
Just
Scout meme. I'm not gonna show it.
yeah, I mean, I remember a bunch of times, for the holidays, Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Christmas, whatever, being Korea, Kuwait, or, even being in another duty station here in the States and not
Yes.
being able to go back, from Colorado to Iowa or from Washington to Iowa, just financially and time wise, not being able to.
Yeah.
And then a lot of single soldiers in the barracks, it'd be like, hey, you're single, you're in the barracks, you got staff duty.
Yeah.
Or
Exactly.
you
That's what
you got CQ, and it's like, great. So I'm sitting on the desk for 24 hours.
Yeah, so sacrifice me, and I don't understand the family thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Even
then
though
you got
I
more
have
time
family.
to think, and you
No,
think, unhelpful things, and yeah. If you're stuck on the desk or doing duty when everybody else is home, or
Right.
all you do is think then, and that's even
Yeah.
worse.
yeah,
And you're young.
and that can be detrimental to your mental health.
Yeah.
Which something
But
that
that's where
Gen 2 is like attempting to help. I
Yeah.
know
Well,
her mention. Because I did screen share duet her original video of saying, hey, share
Yeah.
this out, and it
Yeah.
turned into this big amazing beautiful
Oh,
thing.
I remember when she first started, she was like, yeah, we're going to invite a couple guys from, I can't remember her husband's name, but they were going to invite a couple of the single guys over to her house to, have a Thanksgiving dinner.
Yes.
And then it kind of grew up and exploded. And, now it's this just unbelievable she's got volunteers from other states that want to drive down to help cook and deliver food.
I honestly debated
That's
on doing that.
amazing.
I was like, but I'm not sure how.
And so like
Logistics to me didn't add up in order for me to do so, even though
right.
I wanted to.
Well, the other thing
so
that like
bad.
her happiness and her smile is so infectious. You watch it and you can't help but feel good. And she's not doing it for anything other than to help single people out.
And it's funny, all of us remember that time in the military, that time when you were on base or wherever you were and you're on your own, miles from family. You were scared enough, when you were 20 or 19, let alone being on your own. And that was pre-internet, pre-everything. There was no...
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I remember when Windows 94 was the new big deal,
Yes,
Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's awesome, so yeah.
Well, I honestly do think that they possibly have more food than they need, but the fact that it was donated.
Well, the fact that
that's right.
The good-hearted people donating this.
Well, the thing that just like still blows my mind is she had a small idea, invite a couple guys over so they don't feel alone on Thanksgiving. And then other people started like going, hey, and now it's this.
It's a big thing. It is honestly a big thing now.
And she did it just out of the literal kindness of her heart. She wasn't looking for
and honestly,
anything.
She had a random idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. It's awesome. Really warms
she
your
has
heart.
been so amazing, so appreciative of everything. It's just, we call her Gen 2 because she's family.
Yes.
Be right back.
Yeah, and
so you'll have to find her on Facebook or not Facebook. Well, you can probably
Twitter
find her
or
on
Facebook. Or not Twitter. TikTok or Facebook.
Her TikTok is where she's pretty much posted it because I don't know if I've seen it on her Facebook.
No, I'll go on TikTok mainly because TikTok's short, quick clips, and you can scroll past. I'll go on there for happy stuff, not really, all the drama and that. So, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on there.
Yeah, I mean, I recently, so one of my my guilty pleasures is when I'm scrolling through Facebook, I will find a probably controversial freaking news article,
Yeah.
and I'll scroll through the comments
Yes.
because it's
Yeah.
that is my entertainment. Just seeing these people that are bickering back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it's just like y'all realize that it doesn't change each other's minds,
No. Yeah.
but it's
You're right.
entertaining to me. Like I'm just with the popcorn.
Yeah, that's it. I've seen those gifs. Yeah, with the popcorn.
And I have,
See with the
I've,
popcorn.
yeah, and I have been close to like commenting, and then like I'll start typing it out because it's just like, you really don't like know what you
Yeah.
just said was completely wrong because I've done the research on this and I know what you're saying is completely wrong,
Yeah.
and end up deleting it
Yeah.
just because it's not worth it's not worth the fight. I'm
Yeah.
not
It's
going to
not
change
worth the
your mind.
drama when you comment on those things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to change your mind. You're
No.
not going to change mine when it comes to these controversial articles that I'm seeing people going back and forth on. So, but and like I don't do it all the time,
Yeah.
but that's been kind of my guilty pleasure entertainment as of late.
Oh, I
Felix's TikToks are funny because you'll have all the serious stuff about his sauces and cooking, and it makes me hungry. And next thing you know, you get one of those clips like that recent one where he's doing the joke and that. And you
yeah.
just lose it laughing because you're going from serious sort of sauces to bang. And I love those. They're funny. I like anything funny because I get drawn to comedy now.
Oh
I've
yeah.
done my time with serious and drama. So, yeah. Cheers me up.
So what was your okay, let me explain it this way then. I'll tell you this. My favorite Thanksgiving memory, right?
Yeah.
We were stationed in Korea. We had a 3-day weekend, and me and a couple of guys got a couple of cases of beer, and we took a Katusa up to the hills, and we found a spot to camp. We sent the Katusa, which is a Korean
What is
Army. He's a Korean augmentee to the United States Army.
Oh, like a person that helps you, is it?
He's basically Korean Army, but his mom and dad had enough money to get him out of the bullshit Korean Army and get him over to the U.S. Army.
Oh, gotcha.
So he trains like a U.S. soldier, but he's a Korean. Katusa actually means Korean augmented to United States Army. Katusa, Katusa.
Oh.
So yeah, the Army's not that brilliant, bro. We take things simple, like first letters. That's what you're called, Katusa. So anyway, we go up into the hills and shit. There's like 6 of us. We send the Katusa back down to the Ville. He comes back a couple hours later with like a freshly butchered turkey. Like feathers were still on the bird, bro.
Yeah.
So we had this guy from Kentucky, and it's like the Army stories that you hear, like, yeah, when I went through basic, they gave me 2 pair of boots. I only got 2 feet. Why I need 4 boots? That kind of guy.
Yeah.
And he was like, look, I know how to do this. So he dug a hole and buttered under the skin and wrapped it in foil, dirted it. And like 3 hours later, you grab the turkey leg and the bone slid out. And we sat there like just cannibals, like just freaking devouring this turkey out of the pan. By that time, we were like 3 cases of beer gone, and but yeah, that to me, like being in Korea on top of a mountainside, cooking a turkey in the dirt, who else does that,
Yeah. It's crazy. Mine was, I was posted in Sydney in Australia, and it's Christmas. I had Christmas Day off, but I was duty New Year's Eve. So all you do there is just catch up with the backpackers because they're people without family in the state too. But all of them couldn't speak fluent English, and I was on my own with them. So, but it just worked. It just naturally worked, the unwritten communication. Yeah.
Yeah.
But backpackers were cool because they were the same as us. They just weren't, they were miles from home. They
Yeah.
chose to be there, obviously, but that was the only difference.
Right.
But yeah.
Like one of the weirdest ones was when we were in Kuwait. We went to I think Audie went with me, and they had the tent set up for like the chow hall. Like you go in, at the one end of the rectangle, and then you got two tables that you go this way, and then you sit on the far side. They had carpet over the sand.
Oh God!
I remember walking into and like we're in full battle rattle like at this point still, like flak vest on, NBC head, and all of that shit, and we walk into this tent and it's like you're transported to somewhere else. There's all of this like Thanksgiving decorations set up, and you got the
step through the portal.
Yeah, and it's just like we're standing there looking at each other like, what do we do?
What do we
like,
do?
Yeah, like we go through the line and everything, and there's the lack of a better term, the natives, the Hajis, the people that have the rappy thingy, and they're behind the counter serving us. You get the sergeant major or the first shirt or the full bird that's like, hey, I'm helping. Yeah, fuck off.
Yes, exactly.
But and so like we're
Much like
there.
a certain so and so another so that just was DC nothing.
Yeah,
moving
so
on.
like we get our little like defact tray of Thanksgiving food, and we're just sitting there in full like helmets and stuff on our side, and we're like, this is really freaking surreal to be like inside a Saudi Arabian tent eating Thanksgiving dinner in full battle rattle.
Well, it's even not to that equivalent, but it was the Super Bowl when I was at Fort Dix. Laugh. So the Super Bowl with the USO came out to the field and had in both of our chow hall tents. They were playing the game. They had T-shirts and stuff like that. It was like, I don't give a fuck about the Patriots or the Giants.
Right.
So, but they were there, and it's amazing that they were there.
Well, and it's like the little things
you're right.
that like civilians, and I don't mean
I
to.
said dicks.
I don't mean to make like a huge distinction.
D-I-X.
I spelled it right.
Yes,
but,
you did. But I'm gonna repeat it.
It's the little things, like not to make a gap between civilians and veterans, but there's certain things that we as veterans went through, holidays and other things that civilians just will never know.
No.
I will say some civilians. Just
okay, well, like, I get it.
Law
like
enforcement,
fire, EMS. They're away from family and stuff like that.
I know that you were including them when you were saying. I know that you were including them when you were saying that. So.
Well, like I was even saying, like, spending Thanksgiving in Korea or Kuwait. Civilians will never know what that's like celebrating an American tradition in a other country that doesn't celebrate without their family. Yeah, but the country is like, they got no clue. Like they were like, we don't know why you guys eat turkey on this day in November, but okay, you're paying us,
Or 4th of July, even.
Exactly.
Like, American holidays. And I'm sure with Damon.
Australia Day or,
Australia Day.
Australia Day.
You're up in Korea. Koreans are like, what the fuck is Australia Day? They don't care.
Or even being in America with Australia Day.
Right. So there's
you guys for Memorial Day overseas and asked for Anzac Day. They wouldn't get that at all. They didn't understand what was going on.
Right. Yeah. So it's not that I'm trying to create a divide, but there's just certain things that civilians don't understand. And by civilians, I mean people that aren't frontline and military. They don't know what it's like to be away and not have a choice.
People who have jobs, tasks, whatever service that forces them to miss holidays.
Right.
Yes.
I don't. It's not necessarily forces them, but it's part of the job description.
It's part of your job. It's like, hey, look, you're going to be in Korea. Sorry about missing Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah! I remember like getting deployed, and I was one of the few smart guys. I bought little speakers.
Oh yeah.
That you had to put like 4 double D batteries or 4 D cells
I
in.
thought I was making bank when I was deployed.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, that tax-free money. Yes.
Tax-free money, hazard pay.
Yes.
Bro, I thought I was making fucking bank.
Me and Audie, when we got our first LES over in Kuwait, I remember because I've done this. I had done the hazardous duty pay and tax-free pay before, and Audie hadn't done it because Bosnia had a hiccup on something, and so like there were other younger soldiers, E2s right out of basic, and poof, you're over in Kuwait getting hazardous pay and tax-free, and they're looking at their LESs going, hey, I think they fucked up. They overpaid me. And I'm like, nah, look in that column, bro. And he's like, what? That's how much the government takes in taxes? And I'm like, yeah, bro. It makes you wonder, don't it?
I completely understand what you're saying. Because I do actually call it Independence Day.
I get lazy and I call it by the date. I'll admit that.
I say July 4th. Mostly when I'm talking to somebody who's not American.
Yes.
But know that, like, yes, I understand that it is our Independence Day. But if I were to say in a random conversation, it's Independence Day coming up.
Right.
Damo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
What you mean. No, but 4th of July I do. But then that's the problem with all the different nationalities. We get our knowledge from the movies, basically, don't we? You know what's going on in certain countries based on the movie, and you're like, well, that's
man. If I feel bad if you Aussies are basing what you know on the States about what comes out of the movies. You think like Will Smith? You think Will Smith is flying over the desert or something?
Hello, our country does that shit.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, we used to think all you guys were Crocodile Dundees.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Where's your knife, man?
We're all guilty of this. We're all
yes, we are. Yeah. Yeah, but we're all very similar, aren't we? In the end, no matter which country you go to, people are people.
Yeah, a funny story.
Exactly. People are people.
I was in Korea one time, and I asked, like, me and my buddies got separated in Seoul, and I looked at a guy, and I was like, hey, I thought I saw him before. I recognized him from being out front of a store when me and my buddies were together, right? So I go back over, and I'm like, hey, do you remember me? And he goes, yeah, you were here earlier. And I was like, did you happen to see any of my friends? And he's like, you guys are Americans. You all look alike. You're tall and white. And it never dawned on me before how other races look at people, and I was like, holy shit. I've heard that from other people describing, like Native Americans or people of color and all of that. Well, it's like, you all look alike. And I was like, ooh, that kind of hurts.
Yeah,
when I went to Haiti, I was a bit on the chunky side. Had my son, had half my thyroid taken out, but on the chunky side.
Yeah.
But I found that I was getting way more attention from the Haitians than like my skinny counterparts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand it. I was like, why are y'all paying attention to me? I know I'm chunky. Like, why are you giving me more attention?
Yeah.
But I had an interpreter tell me, he's just like, we find weight as a sign of wealth.
Yeah, because if you can be chunky,
and if you're pale and chunky,
then you have money enough
to eat. You're not working outside,
and you have money enough to eat,
and you have money enough to eat. So that was a culture shock to me, even though I had already deployed to Iraq and been in Kuwait and stuff like that. So that treatment in Haiti was a mind-blowing thing to me.
Yeah, it would have spun you out. Yeah.
Yeah, and anybody that's still watching and listening, feel free to hit Jade up. She'll send you a link and pull you in the show. Fuck, We're just basically gabbing before Thanksgiving tomorrow, and hopefully everybody's got a good day tomorrow.
Yeah. I will have to head off shortly though, guys. So I've got to go to the shops, unfortunately. Unless you guys want to go for me, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I don't like shopping. You said it.
Yeah, no shopping.
I'm going with my wife too, the squirrel. So we'll be going up and down aisles and all kinds of things. I've got to do it though one day. So I chose today to get it out of the way.
Yeah, I've gone shopping with my mom, and literally I've planned missions that were less difficult than shopping. It's like my mom, like I said, my mom's squirrel brain. We go in and she's all over the freaking store.
Yeah.
She'll see this.
My mom's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the squirrel.
Yeah, my mom will see like oven mitts, and she's like, "Oh, that reminds me, I got to go over here. Oh, that reminds me, I should go over here."
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like,
life.
I'm calling her on the phone, going, "What department are you in?" "Oh, I'm over here. I'm on my way." I get there and I call her. I'm like, "Where are you?" And she's like, "Oh, I went over to the book section." I'm like, What? How?
I thought we were getting carrots.
Yeah,
I've even tried meet me here, and I'll be sitting in a coffee shop in the mall or wherever shopping area, and she'll forget me, like your story of where they forget you.
Yeah.
Hours are gone by. You can only drink so much coffee. You're like, "God, Father."
Oh yeah.
Yes, but I've got to do it because I've got to get the godsons and godkids presents. So I've got to do it today.
It's all about the kids, these time of year and all of that.
Yeah, and it makes me happy. I can get them. I'm now an adult where I can
Panic is now setting in because I didn't get my nephews something.
Oh no!
Oh.
You're gonna be one of them Black Friday shoppers.
Oh no!
No, I gotta get them for tomorrow's birthday dinners.
Oh no! You're really crooked.
Shush. No, I did not admit that on live.
I can just see it. I can just see it now. Jade's gonna show up with like Slim Jims and lottery tickets wrapped up.
Bro, he's
here. Happy birthday.
He's 8.
Yeah, he'll be fine. You've seen
He'll
the
be
movie.
fine.
He'll be fine.
He won't remember it.
Yeah, or he'll have them forever. Mum will go, "What's these?" "Oh, well, I got these for my birthday ages ago." Anyway, I've got to go.
Worth
guys,
millions. Never scratched them.
Yeah.
I must go, but thank you guys, and I'll talk to you next week, hey? And I'm
All right,
always
bro.
online anyway on the Facebook and TikTok and all that if you need
Well,
anything.
I would say happy Thanksgiving, but you're already.
Oh, that Felix makes me hungry, I tell you. I'd
He
marry him if he wasn't married. Fair dinkum, that food. What about
Hey, Navy.
Yeah. I at least went the other route. I asked him to adopt me, and
Yeah. No, I went full retard. I'm gonna get married. I'm done.
You never go full.
Never go full retard. Never.
I'm just a dude playing another dude.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so you
Right,
know
Dave,
to
thank you
contact me if
so
you need anything,
much.
hey?
Thank
Look
you,
after
brother.
yourselves. See you. Bye.
Thank you, brother. That's awesome. Him and Ducky and Digger, some of my funnest Australians. They just crack me up.
Like all the Aussies that have actually commented on our videos and stuff like that, they're awesome.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
funny.
Well, and it's funny the differences between cultures. Like when we were talking about we should have an Aussie to English dictionary of what they call a cracker to a cookie, or they don't celebrate Thanksgiving, and the differences is what's
look
funny.
at what Thanksgiving is about.
Right. Why would they? Why would any other country celebrate Thanksgiving?
But even Felix was scorned on saying Sheila.
Oh yeah.
But come to find out, so that he said he called Taz Sheila.
Taz, that's the gal. Yes.
While Julie told us it's really not offensive in her part of the country. So
Right. Well,
it's
like,
really cool. It's really cool to like.
Well, they have
speak
the
to-
same, like, with the southern accent, and we have the northern accent. It's kind of, that's a difference of
Bless your
location.
heart.
Yeah, you all, so they have different dialects and stuff down there in Aussie too.
Well, and I even told Julie about the biscuits and gravy thing. She posted something about like cookies with like brown
Oh yeah,
liquid gravy or something.
Well, like
mm,
there's a guy on TikTok called Goonie Dad, right? I don't know if you've seen him.
no.
He was going to do a American Thanksgiving, and so people were sending him ideas of stuff, and he was coming back with like, okay, wait a minute, you guys do what with, and he's like, tell me you're joking. There's no way, it's just funny. Like the first time he tried ranch dressing, because they can't get ranch dressing apparently in Britain.
Oh, and he did Hidden Ranch, right?
Yeah, he did Hidden Valley, and he lost his
Hidden Ranch, Hidden Valley.
Yeah, he lost his freaking mind. His family lost their minds on ranch dressing.
Well, and he was like even making friends taste it and stuff like that. It was just like, I know you're excited about it, but you're also like, so much sugar, so much.
Well, then the other thing was like somebody asked him, like, you don't put your condiments in the fridge? And he was like, why? And somebody said, look at the back of the label after opening refrigerate. And he was like, oh my God, we've never put ketchup in the refrigerator. It's always been in the cupboard.
Well, and that's one of the things that I as an American will never fucking understand, right? So you're supposed to open up your ketchup bottle and put it in the fridge. Yet when you go to places that give you ketchup, they're not or refrigerated.
When I worked in the restaurants, we would take like ketchup bottles when they still had like Heinz in glass bottles, and they had a little device that would go on the top of one, and then you could tip it upside down and fill the other bottle. So like you take 2 half bottles and make 1 full bottle.
But
and
did
they
you
never
keep
went
them in the fridge at night?
No, they never. The whole time I worked in the restaurant,
even ketchup packets.
Never in the fridge. Yeah, never in a fridge.
Delivered. Never refrigerated. So I can
like growing up.
Yes, because it contains milk.
Like growing up, I remember like farm fresh eggs would just sit in a bowl on the counter. Like butter would sit out in the little butter container on the counter or on the table.
Oh, the bar of butter.
Yeah, it would just sit in a little container if you needed butter for toast.
I remember that, and now you cannot put butter, or you cannot keep butter out.
Yeah,
because so I think that was more of like a processing thing change.
Maybe? Well, it's like the same with eggs. If you get farm fresh eggs, you don't have to refrigerate them. If you get store-bought eggs, you have to refrigerate them because they've been pasteurized. But farm fresh eggs have not been pasteurized yet, so you can just leave them on the counter in a bowl. Yeah, fresh eggs. You don't have to refrigerate farm fresh eggs.
Well, it makes sense because when I was out, I went out to Oregon in May of 2020 and was out with Miss Annie and on her farm, and she days old eggs she was collecting.
Yeah, because they
and good to go.
Yeah, they haven't been pasteurized yet, like milk, which is just basically boiling the shit out of it to kill any microbes. Which I don't know how they pasteurize an egg without making it hard boiled.
Yeah. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
They freaking claim it to be pasteurized, but it really is just like wiping them off and putting them in a nice container.
Yeah, exactly. Are they just telling us they did this step and they're not doing it,
Sorry if y'all can hear my throat burping. They're washed. Well, and that's answers my question because I know you have chickens.
Well, yeah, but not pasteurized, but washed. And so like we're taught wash in hot water, which is similar to, okay, not pasteurization, but cleansing, sterilization, I guess. Sterilizing it so no germs on it, which still takes heat, which how are they not hard boiled?
Maybe on like a, I don't know, freaking. I had the word and now I lost it.
Yeah, we've devolved into talking about how are eggs not pasteurized.
How are eggs not?
I remember having conversations like this in the field, like just random talking. We got onto
Well, this is honestly why I wanted to drag the show on.
Oh yeah, I
as long
totally
as
get
I
it.
have, because
Somebody might be listening and just laughing. Because
Yeah.
I totally know if I'd have been on active duty downrange over the holidays and a podcast like this was on and I had access to it, I'd probably be watching and having my friends would be like, hey, look, these fuckers are drunk,
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That is where I got my start too, where I'm just kind of like bored and starting to spiral into my mental health,
Yeah.
that I came across shows like this. So that's why, like, I know that I put a few on the spot as far as like, let's run long. I didn't have this idea earlier until, regardless.
Yeah.
But seriously, I know maybe somebody's watching. Maybe somebody wants to.
Well, and
Somebody wants to comment.
And like we've said before, I remember like when holidays came up, being a single soldier in the barracks, and it was just like, oh man, I wonder what day I get CQ duty or staff duty, And if I'd have been a lot, I'd have been a lot happier, I think, if I'd have had the access that everybody's got now to the internet. Like when I was in Korea, we had like Yahoo.
I
We
fully agree with that.
Yeah, we had Yahoo Chat. Okay, that was like the thing. And
AIM.
Yeah, instant messenger on Yahoo. Yeah. And so like you get into a chat room and stuff like that, and everybody's like, virtual drink, and all you're seeing is text, and if it would have been like this, something to do, something to watch, something to, take your mind off of what's going on in front of you, I'd have
And
probably done a lot better.
While you're commenting, have that interaction with the people that you're watching.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the biggest thing I think about us on this network is the interaction with comments. Because like that's how I started. I started by just being somebody that interacted in the comments, and people started laughing. And then I got invited onto a show, and then next thing you know, here I am.
John.
Oh, he's getting all kind of chicken eggs down there. Yeah. Nice, John.
Oh, so I never knew that about chickens.
Yeah, they got like the butt nuggets have a little film on them.
Butt nuggets.
Yeah, they got a little membrane or like film kind of this like a protective thing, and yeah.
I'm trying. Like I see it, and I don't necessarily always pull it up, but we'll comment.
Cackle fruit. What the heck is cackle fruit? I'm going to need a little more explanation on that, John.
Say.
Yes.
Coming up on 3 hours. Are you good to keep going?
I got nothing else to do. I get to actually, like I said before, you guys have like tried to do something different. I'm doing my ideal Thanksgiving tomorrow. I'm getting a large pizza. I'm sitting down in front of the TV in my shorts and drinking beer and watching football. That's like perfect for my Thanksgiving day. So I ain't got to do nothing.
I am going to then go grab another drink.
Cool. I'll
Use the
fill in
restroom.
time. But yeah,
So
if
I know
anybody,
that leaving you alone. But anybody who is actually listening in or curious about it, message, and we can either bring you guys or bring you in, or just comment back to your comments.
yeah, if anybody's got a like awesome Thanksgiving story or a worst Thanksgiving story, or what are you guys doing tomorrow for Tea Day? What's your craziest Thanksgiving Day tradition? Like, I know some families, they, play football before Thanksgiving dinner and stuff, the annual turkey bowl or whatever. And
Sai, remind me when I get back about a crazy Thanksgiving
Okay.
Day story.
Gotcha. Fuck, feel free. Oh yeah, I remember you saying about going to the horse farm tomorrow, John. That sounds so freaking cool. Like, yeah. But yeah, we're just when you're on active duty, you've got a connectedness to the people in your unit. And when you get out, there's that void, that vacuum, that just, what the fuck do I do now? And some people make that transition easy. Some people don't. I didn't make that transition, so the VA pays me not to be out in the public. Basically, my doctor and shrink both said I don't work well with civilians. So I didn't make that transition because I equate it to like, and a lot of people get mad at this, I equate it to like being in prison and being institutionalized, or being in the military and being institutionalized. So like you go from every day knowing what you're doing 3 months, 6 months, 9 months out, up to a year, what you're going to be doing on a certain day. And then you get out and you can do whatever you want, whenever you want. It's like, there's no schedule. It's like, what are you doing this weekend? I don't fucking know. It's not on the board. It didn't tell me on the whiteboard, like, range day, defect day, motor pool day. Now it's just like Friday. What do I do? And a lot of people can make that transition. A lot of people can't, but yeah, I was one of them people that I couldn't make the transition. So that's why I'm here. But yeah, that's how it all started. I just started like Frank commenting on, different people's podcasts and stuff on different networks and different organizations. And next thing you know, I'm here. But yeah, I hope everybody their family drama is kept to a minimum over the Thanksgiving. I know that's a big stress for a lot of people. Don't talk about politics, or don't talk about this, or don't mention Aunt so-and-so's drinking, So I hope everybody Yeah, John, exactly. That's why a lot of people re-enlist, is because the military, when you're getting close to getting out, they don't prep you for that. You go through these classes and you go through, you got to go to CIF and you got to go to DEERS and you got to go to here and you got to get all these signatures and blah, blah, blah. But they don't prep you on how to be not military, And so a lot of people are like, well, fuck, I guess I'll just re-enlist because I don't want to, deal with that, Then you get people that like, they get out, they try the civvy thing, and then they go right back in, Yeah, John. Oh yeah, big time. I'll fully admit I was institutionalized. I don't do well without structure and guidance, and I'm a free thinker, but I'm not an independent thinker, if that makes sense. It's like, the first, I'll say the first 2 or 3 years after I got out, trying to fit into society and all of that, I worked I worked as a landscaper for a bit. I worked as security guard for a little bit. I worked at a college dorm co-ed for a little bit. And I just didn't fit in with people that weren't, not so much veterans, but people that didn't know what military and what being a veteran was. I got wrote up at a job one time because we were sitting around having lunch, and we were sitting around in the lunchroom at the table, and we're all sitting there and we're talking smack, about which race car driver, blah blah blah. And somebody said something, and like in typical Army reply, I was like, yeah, I'll rip your head off and shit down your neck. And supposedly this guy, because I was a veteran, he thought I actually would rip off his head and shit down his neck. And I got wrote up for telling another coworker I was going to rip off his head. And I was like, I looked at my supervisor and I was like, do you really honestly think I would do that? We were just talking smack. And she was like, well, he was afraid, and you're an Army vet, so we have to take threats seriously. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to work at this job anymore because it's bullshit, Oh, I totally hear you, John. It took me so long to break that habit. When I first got out, I was still rolling socks and underwear in my dresser. Okay. Like I totally had to break that habit of like being IG inspection ready every minute of every day. And it took forever to finally break that habit.
I still roll my luggage, or the clothes for my luggage.
Now, if I'm packing on a trip, yeah, I still roll everything. But like, if you look in my dresser right now, my t-shirts are just tossed in the drawer.
Oh yeah, my dressers and stuff like that, complete chaos.
Yeah. But like in the military, everything was spaced out apart, dollar bill width, rolled tight, tucked.
And it's also being guard. I didn't have all that really ingrained in me my entire time in.
Yeah. See, my dad, being a drill instructor, I knew a lot of this before I went in. Like I made hospital corners on my bed when I was in like first and second grade.
I still do it with my sheets.
Right? Some things you just can't lose. It's like got to be 45, got to be nice and tight.
Because it's better.
Right?
It works. There's a method to the madness. Rob hates it when I say that. B hates it when I say that. There is a method to the madness.
Yeah.
There honestly is. There is a method to the madness. You didn't even realize that I'm not blue-haired anymore.
Yeah, I did. I was just seeing if anybody else did. You're back to regular Jade. But yeah, so like I don't know if you heard while you were gone, I was just shooting a breeze, talking about, deployed and Thanksgiving. Oh, crazy Thanksgiving story. You said to remind you.
Oh, okay. So it was actually prior to Rob in a relationship. We were over at his family's Thanksgiving, and my sister texts me, and she's just like, so Dad just like blew himself across the yard?
Oh.
And I'm like, wait, whoa. My brain like, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? She completely downplayed that. So my dad had a propane smoker.
Right.
That the flame went out. So when he was seeing the temperature falling, didn't understand why. Okay. So he ended up the spark.
Yeah.
Blew open
the
door.
Oh no.
Sending him across the yard.
Oh no. Oh no.
My dad, I will honestly say, I get my grace from him. Seriously, accident prone. The man You'll be lucky to meet the man with eyebrows just because he singes them off so often.
Right? Yeah.
But he always miraculously survives these crazy things that, like, my sister's just like, no big deal. Bro,
Yeah.
our dad just got blown across the yard smoking a turkey.
Right?
Well, there are literally an outstanding amount of calls for house fires on Thanksgiving. And nonchalantly, like, I'm asking, is he okay? Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. No big deal. Dad blew himself up again. No biggie.
She is so used to and numb of this man hurting himself that she just casually texts about it. Like,
That was me in like school growing up. My dad would get phone calls from like the school nurse. And like I remember one time a buddy of mine just got a brand new motorcycle. Like he was all happy about it. It was like I think my junior year of high school. And he's like, "Hey, I'll give you a ride." I'm like, "Okay." We tool around the parking lot for a minute on his new bike.
No.
And he pops and it was when they first went from the chain to a shaft. And motorcycles react differently with chains and shafts, right? So like if you're on a chain driven and you shift, it goes forward. If you're on a shaft drive, it hops up a little bit when you shift. So he did a quick shift and the bike went up and forward, and Uncle Si went up and fell off and slid about 30 feet on his back. So I'm bleeding from like, the back of my head, my back and shit. And I'm walking through the halls of high school. We go into the nurse's office. She freaks out. And I'm like, look, it's just a head cut. I probably need like 4 stitches. And, I've done this before, like literally all the time. My dad answers the phone and she's like, "Hi, Mr. Ron, your son's in our office. He's got blood coming from his head with a contusion." My dad's like, "Oh, he hit himself again, huh? I'll be there." My dad shows up in a lifted.
Yeah, I'll come get him.
Yeah, he's just like, "I'm on my way." My dad shows up in a like 3-inch lift kit pickup truck with like 44, I think, tires. So it was up off the ground. Dad doesn't let me get in the cab. Doesn't want to get blood on the seats. Makes me get in the bed of the truck and ride about 4 miles in the bed of the truck, bleeding out of my head and my back. That's how used to me screwing myself up my family was.
It's also like how old school drill sergeants.
Oh yeah, he's like, "God, yeah, you're not getting in the cab. You ain't bleeding on my seats. Get in the back."
You're not bleeding on my seats.
Yeah.
I love it.
My dad was the kind of dad that like I do something dumb, and instead of like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Let's cover that up," he'd be like, "Bet you don't do that shit again."
Yo, my mom's a nurse. She RN. She charge nurse and ER house supervisor, big boss nurse. When my sister and I were fucking around on a ride-on lawnmower, because both of us weren't heavy enough to actually like have that sensor to make the lawnmower go.
Yeah.
So we both had to ride it at the same time. I was like standing on the back, pushing the seat down for the sensor, and she just fucking takes off. I fall back on the back end, not on the seat, on the back end of this lawnmower, and my foot gets caught and rides up into the wheel well.
Oh, nice.
Well, this rusty ass freaking fender, technically fender, digs right into my calf.
Ouch.
I still have the scar. This was 20 plus years ago. Still have the scar. And it has not faded.
Yeah.
Like my freaking thyroid surgery incision, my C-section even my hip incisions have faded better than this one on my calf.
Right.
And my mom, no fucks given. She said, you guys shouldn't have been out there messing out on that stupid lawnmower.
Right.
I'm like, I'm bleeding. Mind you, after this, like, she didn't act like this. Well, okay, so I actually, my sister cracked my head open on a bunk bed
Yeah.
when we were younger. She had more compassion for that than me slicing open my calf.
Right. Well, and after a
And
while,
she wasn't a nurse when my head.
yeah.
She wasn't a nurse, but with my calf, she was a nurse. So it's like, where's
Well,
the compassion, y'all?
well, you've seen that meme of like people that have like 3 kids or more, and they're like the first kid, they're so protective and they got like, 19 bags to go. And then the second kid, then by the time the third kid, they just like throw him Cheerios and let him raise himself,
Feral. I'm the third child.
Explains a lot there, Miss Jade.
So explain my younger sibling.
Oh, once you go over 3, all bets are off from what I've read.
The
and
younger
seen.
sibling has actually got into trouble and is
Hey, John. Oh, Ducky, I'm giving you anybody that has kids. I give shit to 4.
Ducky, you have twins, bruh.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine having 1, let alone twins.
Well, my freaking my child. So I know that I mentioned it last week, or no, I don't think I actually mentioned it on the show. But last week, my son wasn't feeling good, was taken to urgent care because his doc couldn't see him and stuff like that. Ended up with strep.
Oh yeah, you did say
no.
something about that. Yeah.
Well, I mentioned it to you, but I don't think I mentioned it on the show.
Okay.
So he ended up. Well, he actually the rapid test for strep didn't come back positive, but the doc was even saying like, "Hey, he's been showing these symptoms for so long. Everything we can send in a culture, which we won't know about for a day or two,
Right.
or we can start treating him with antibiotics now."
Slap on them antibiotics. Give them to me.
So we went with the antibiotics. And stuff like that, and it really like drained him of his energy.
Oh, I bet.
Which I was actually like kind of like worried about because he's been on this antibiotic before and has not shown this amount of exhaustion. But you got to remember too, like he's also a pubescent young one while dealing with this. Long showed it. Yes. Ducky, if I'm not giving you shit, but I'm giving you shit. Yes, we're going long just because holidays are long and tomorrow for us is Thanksgiving.
And if anybody wants to jump in, comment. We're trying to, we all know we know what it's like. Yeah, we know what it's like to be deployed, and just not even that, just like even after getting out, being alone for the holidays. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're supposed to have this Norman Rockwell with the turkey, and Dad with the pipe carving the turkey," and sometimes it's not like that,
Well, and even just to say, like last year with the freaking whole lockdowns and quarantine and stuff like that.
Did you see where California? I can't remember what city it was. I want to say San Fran or LA, but they made a mandate that you have to wear a mask in your private house while having Thanksgiving.
Yeah, not gonna fucking happen. But what I'm saying is, like last year with the mandates and stuff like that, my brother-in-law was actually the one who would originally carve the turkey, and my mom handed it to me, and I'm like, I don't know how to carve a turkey.
Yeah.
So I did as best as I could, and that was like something that like realization to me. I'm like, I don't know how to fucking carve a turkey.
Right.
Like,
I remember my
Stupid.
grandpa. I remember my grandpa, and this was like mid 70s, late 70s. And so, like, now remember the technology back then, right? And my grandpa thought he was freaking all brass knobs and, clean underwear with this electric carving knife, which basically it had a blade that looked like a sawzall. It went like that.
The one or two?
Well, he had one, but you could add two blades to it, which he tried the two blade thing and it just literally shredded the freaking turkey. Like we were all looking at him and it's like, you don't have a slice, you have shreds of turkey, But like, I remember my grandpa using it and I remember him doing like this while he's using a sawzall basically.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be doing the
and I was like, so why do you,
down,
you're still doing this. Why do you have the thing that does it for you? You're like,
Well, and that was the confusion with me last year. Like my mom was like, "Here, take this, carve the turkey," like because my family is so freaking judgmental and stuff like that. I'm gonna fucking say that. But like that, I'm nervous because I've never done this before. So with judgmentalness, I'm also like, if I cut it wrong. And I don't know if it's wrong. We'll always and forever be judged by that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? So that was like I even tried to like passing it off. Like my dad refused. My mom busy in the kitchen, never asked her to do so. She's the one that freaking was saying carve the turkey. Like I just like to fucking rip the leg off and eat it.
Yeah, and
that's the part of the turkey that I want. I want the dark meat. I don't want to cut up the breast.
I know a lot. I know a lot of families like, whoever's the meat carver for the turkey or ham.
Chainsaw.
Oh, that makes instant shredded turkey everywhere. Big mess.
Everywhere.
Big mess. But that's like a honor status, like, hey, I cut the turkey at last year's family thing,
But
well, like for when we used to do the family,
what I mentioned before is like, thankfully, I'm not going to see that part of the family this year.
And like I remember when we do
that
them, like
that missed last year.
Yeah, whoever the eldest male was would be the one that did the turkey carving.
Who's the eldest male with 4 girls?
Right. So you guys are kind of out on a limb there,
And it was pretty much the eldest son-in-law who actually was cutting it prior to the whole restrictions, COVID and stuff like that, which has taught us a lot.
Well, it cracks me up. Like my folks were like, we got the vaccine, we're going to get our boosters, and because you haven't gotten that, we're not sure about doing the Thanksgiving family thing. So we're thinking of going to a restaurant. And I was like, well, wait, what? A restaurant is safer than us 3 in a house. You got to wear a mask from, the hostess.
I heard the bloop. The bloop. Heard the bloop.
There's Ducky.
Hey guys.
How's the house?
Ducky.
You all settled in?
Well, funnily enough, I'm in the car.
Oh no, I know that, but like the last time I think
I'm in the car.
Yeah, the last time I remember you talking, you guys were like still unpacking and doing the stuff.
Well, at the moment, we've unpacked everything that we moved in. Now we're emptying out our storage facility.
Oh, nice.
So,
The car does look a little stuffed in the back there.
funnily enough, that's just our car seats. Literally.
Those are
All
the car
three.
seats?
Oh my God. Wow.
Seriously,
is
car
car
seats are freaking ridiculously huge and take up so much space.
And I can get rid
And
of
that's in America.
at the end of this year.
Nice.
Um,
Well,
so-
my sister actually had 2 car seats. Well, she had a baby carrier, a car seat, and a booster,
Now, see here in
and
Iowa,
a small SUV. Like
here in Iowa, they have a weird law that, like, if a person is under a certain height, they're supposed to be in a car seat or a booster seat.
yes.
And literally, a buddy of I was just going to say that. Technically, by law, Jade should be in a booster seat.
Here in Adelaide, under their laws and everything else, we cannot allow children under the age of 8 out of their car seat, but into a booster until they're supposedly 12, unless they end up getting to 147 centimeters tall. So it's just under 5
can you
foot.
convert it? I was gonna say convert it for me, please.
Yeah, just under 5 foot. Now,
Well, and I even know. So my nephew is freaking skyrocketing in height. He's 16 and almost 6 foot, or is 6 foot. When he was coming up, he's just like, "I'm bigger than Jade. Why am I in the back seat?"
well, funnily enough, my youngest son, he is almost 142 centimeters tall. So he's 5 centimeters off of that height.
Aussie convert.
He's 2 inches from the height
Okay.
to being able to get out of
So 4
the
foot.
car seat.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at the fact
No,
that
4
we measured him,
4'10".
and pardon,
4'10". Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
we measured him at the start of the year in January, and he has grown 10 inches in the 10 months.
Damn. The hell you feeding that
What are
kid?
you feeding that child? I need to know. Send it to me, please.
I would love to know, because he's now the tallest out of the younger 3. He is the youngest and the tallest out of the younger 3. We're expecting him to catch up to his older sister, who is 7 years older than him. We're expecting him to reach her height in about 3 years.
Dang.
And probably overtake her. So,
Well, and you hope,
oh,
you hope, but you don't like hope
it's going to
that
happen.
that the boys are going to be taller than your girls.
At the moment,
It's just normal.
the shortest of
Normal.
the family, the shortest of the family is the youngest daughter, and she has got the short syndrome. But
Oh,
she orders the boys around. So, just like Jade, she's got the short syndrome.
Yeah.
And orders the boys around. Hey, at least I'm not wearing anything this week.
No, at least you are wearing stuff this week.
Well, no, he's talking about with his Christmas shite.
Oh, I know. Yeah, but at least he's got a shirt on, unlike me, and no bra.
Yeah, but when you end up bending over, so you step on your tits.
Raz.
They're not that bad yet. They're not that bad yet.
No, actually, we're hoping that the koalas should be out over the next couple of weeks, especially here at the
I
school.
want to see videos. Take videos. Take videos.
I just have this bad feeling that you're going to get like an extremely eucalyptus laced koala, and it's going to attack your foot.
It's just going to be so drunk, it's not even going to know what's hit it.
Right. Yeah. You know, I could just imagine
Why?
you'll be like, oh, look at this koala. And all of a sudden the thing is just going to be like, you know,
Sai has been saying the most offlandish fucking shit all night. Fucking Felix was going off all fucking night. Like, y'all, like, I started the show with a fucking wig on, and I wanted to stay long because, yeah, tomorrow's a holiday for us, and we have freaking Ducky jumping in with drop bears.
Yeah.
Right? Why not?
They are. They're no longer drop bears, they're drunk bears. They are
Drunk bears.
24/7. Because the eucalyptus that they eat does not dissolve, it does not get burnt up, it just basically sits into their stomach and ferments.
Oh, hell yeah.
Could you imagine if we
No,
were able to
like-
do that?
There's actually a
There are
syndrome.
people that are
there's
have that.
Yeah, there's actually a syndrome where people's bodies produce alcohol and they're basically drunk 24/7. Legally, but not
Breathalyzer?
technically. Yeah.
Imagine the random breathalyzer test.
Oh,
Here,
fuck.
blow into this.
Well, there was one female that had that, and she kept blowing 0.33 BOH.
BAC.
BHC. My bad. And I'm the fucking police.
Yeah, you're the one. I'm the only reason I know that.
BH!
The only reason I know that is because the cops have told me about that on several. I'm the guy on the end that you're talking
Well,
to.
and she was talking to them normally. She seemed maybe a little bit, because she had like a drink or two at dinner, and she told him that, but 0.33.
Right?
So they're like, okay, maybe there's something wrong with our equipment. Went and tested her with a different piece of equipment, same thing. And then they had found out she had that yeast turning
Yeah.
alcohol deficiency, super fucking rare thing, that if she ingested yeast, she was constantly intoxicated.
I got a bad thought and I'm not even going to say it.
It's all to do with the yeast. Hang on.
We lost a viewer.
All I'm going to say about that is I'll bet her boyfriend was happy a couple of times. You know what I'm talking about, Ducky. You know, yeah. So, yeah, that whole, I couldn't imagine. Like, I go over to Walgreens on a beer stroll. Like, I've already had like 12 cans of beer, and I go over there, and they're like, oh, you're getting a late start. And I'm like, no, I'm just resupplying. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I've already had a 12-pack. And they're like, I can't tell. They're like, if I had a 12-pack, I would be on the couch, you know? And I'm like, it's what I do, you know?
Well, and I'm not shaming you, Sai, by any ways. It's like, I've seen it in emergency rooms.
Yeah.
That there are people, like highly functioning people, that are questionable. Like, how are you alive?
Oh, yeah.
Intoxication. And they're talking back and forth with you. They are like fully functioning. And that honestly to me is a fully functioning alcoholic. And I'm not saying anything bad towards you, because you stay home.
Yeah.
You stay in your little bubble, and that to me is the right way to do so.
Yeah,
like, I know that I drink.
I'm a responsible alcoholic. I've actually went to meetings. I did meetings for like 4 years, and what I gained out of it sad to say. What I gained out of Alcoholics Anonymous was I can't drink like I used to, and I don't have to. I could drink to get the buzz and just maintain it.
Well, I hate to say this to you, but I've got to go. My kids are about to come out of the school.
Hey, thanks for
Are you
joining
in the
in.
school pickup
Happy-
line right now?
Hey?
Are you in the school pickup line right now?
Jade
Yes,
has
no.
this. Yeah, Jade has this thing with school pickup lines.
I
Yeah, no,
fucking
we're
hate 'em.
We're actually parked waiting for the kids to come out.
Dude,
So, happy
Do
holidays.
you have a fucking hate for it? Like nobody knows how to do it?
On the other side of the school. When I do drop off, I basically park, throw the kids out of the car, and then keep driving.
You're like,
Full send.
it's
Full
only
fucking
it's only
send 'em.
10 it's only
Full
10 miles
fucking
an
send 'em
hour.
out.
Duck and roll, duck and roll.
Not
Right?
that easy. It's usually about 30 miles an hour.
Oh, you got little ones that are in car seats, but with mine it's like, bye. Get
yeah.
out.
Hey, if I had a utility vehicle, I'd probably put them in the boot. I'd probably put them in the utility vehicle and say jump.
Put them in the boot,
That's
the
funny.
trunk here.
Yes.
That's awesome.
All right. Catch you all soon.
Thanks, Ducky.
Ducky, thank you for joining us. Have a good day.
Yeah. Bye.
Love you.
He finally found the button to disconnect.
The boot.
I know. I love listening to Aussies and Brits. It cracks me up. Like, Goonie Dad, he's like, wait, your windows don't open outwards? And so like he goes to his window and he goes, ours go like this. And he goes, you guys have screens? What are screens for? And it's just like,
Well, and even the freaking mind blown that the front go up and down and the
Yeah.
back.
yeah. Well, and like on their switches over in Britain, they have switches on the plugins. So like you turn that plug-in on. It's not always on. And so like he was just dismayed that like here in the States, there's not a switch at every outlet. And it's like, nah, you just like keep it plugged in and use it. You don't have to plug it in and turn the switch on, Yeah, exactly, John.
I pull this up not to shame your friend,
Yeah, no.
but it truly is a example of highly functioning alcoholics.
I'm totally admitting that, and I have no problem with it. I'm totally a high functioning alcoholic. I can still be productive and drink a lot of beer and other stuff.
Other stuff. So if anybody is actually like listening to us that is not actually in our comments and stuff like that, we're
Feel
here.
free, make a comment, ask to jump in. Jade will pull you in. We'll have a little session like we did with Ducky. Shoot
You
the
can
breeze.
comment freely. Comment freely. If you want to debate us on anything or just even talk to us, we're here. We're going almost past Scramjet.
Speaking of Scramjet, did you see the gift that my aunt got for me the other day?
No.
Hold on. You're going to get a kick out of this.
Oh, I'm scared.
So my mom calls me up, right? And she's like, hey, your aunt got you a clown. I think it's from It, and I'm thinking, what? Oh, you don't like clowns?
Clowns, dolls? Nope. Sorry. The fuck is? Mm-mm.
So my bad. So I can't finish my story because of Jade. So
No, you can tell the rest of the story without showing that, bro.
okay. So anyway, my mom thinks my aunt is talking about this other movie with other made up person. And so my mom stops in and she shows me that. And I'm like trying to tell her about the movie. Me and my mom are like horror movie fans. Like I remember like 5th grade, I went to see The Shining, Phantasm with the little ball going through and sticking people in the head and drilling out their brains. So like horror movies, we're, Jason, Friday the 13th, all of that. So my mom and I'm like trying to tell her that like this is a different horror movie, Mom. This is like by Rob Zombie, and she's not getting it at all. Well, anyway, so I pull it up on the show last night on Scramjet. Felix does like this eBay listing thing. Apparently that thing's like worth like $300 to $400. And I was like, what?
Really?
Yeah, I know. It would have been worth more if it was still in the box. And apparently it's got like a chainsaw and an axe attachment that you can put in his hands and other stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, there is no way my aunt, because I know my aunt, there's no way she knew how much this was. And then I'm thinking, where the hell did she find this?
No, that's
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about I forgot. You're like clowns, like Felix is with ghosts.
well, no, like I'm more no.
I knew somebody when I first moved up here. I had a weird group of friends, and a buddy of his brought over his girlfriend, and
I has a weird group of friends.
yeah. And his girlfriend was kind of like you. And remember, like before Tiki-Taki, you could get those memes and it's like all of a peaceful puppy, blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing you know, a clown's like wham right in your face. And I was like, hey, here, watch this. This is a cute video. Hi, Brazil, off of Twitch.
Brazil?
And so she's like holding the tablet.
In that country's name.
She's holding the tablet, watching this video. And like where the clown screamed out and like went like that to her, she tosses my tablet across the freaking room. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I hate clowns. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know that. I'll never do that to you again,
Well, we're not gonna. Yeah. So yeah, we've almost gone 2 hours over time.
Yeah, I think
our broadcast.
If you could last, I think we should put a top of the hour limit.
Do you want to cut it?
Well, I can go till like top of the hour, just like being, I don't know. Doesn't matter when we cut it off, but I'm getting a little drunk and
no, it's fine with me. Yeah, I do. Cab Scout meme. Oh, you mother bitches. Let me see if did you send it to Felix?
What?
The Cab Scout meme, John?
Oh, John's still there. Hi, how you doing, man?
Cracker Brazil. You're talking to Americans and not fully crackers.
Yeah.
I'm not pulling up any of those comments.
Yeah, some trolls. All you can say, trolls.
Oh, okay. So it's on me. Yeah, so I'm pulling up something that was sent to me.
But yeah, basically, wherever you are, hope you guys have, and remember, like, okay, not to get like weird, but remember what Thanksgiving's about. It's about family and food and football, the 3 F's. You know, if nothing else, just go there and enjoy the company of your family and friends. You know, that's what it's all about. I've seen so many. The first time I met a Cav Scout and I saw him with his Stetson, and his Spurs in uniform. I was like, the fuck kind of monkey shit is this? You know? And then somebody told me, they were like, oh, they're Cav, they're different. And I was like, exactly.
They're different.
Yeah. That's basically what a Cav Scout difference is. You know? Like you wear Spurs in a helicopter with a cowboy hat. Okay.
Fuck.
What's sad is that's like actually a thing. They have a horse simulator so you can pretend to do that exam on a horse.
Groove.
Yeah.
Buddha. Oh. So
It's kind of like the reverse Jim Carrey. Pet detective, you know?
I'm gonna go into these fish. Zombies, big loss. Okay, what?
See, and that's what's funny because, like, I'm on here in StreamYard, right? But on my phone, I'm on Facebook. And if I jump to like Veterans Anonymous or the Crossroad page or Felix page that shared the show, you only see certain comments. Because, like, I'm seeing more comments on my phone than I am over here.
Gonna switch.
Technology is weird.
Bro's not even in the fucking chat room.
Weird. Oh shit. I only got 2 cigarettes left.
How?
I chain smoke on the show. If you haven't noticed. It's literally like I'm sitting at a bar when you used to be able to smoke in bars. And you just light a cigarette up, like chain smoke one after another, drink a beer, boom, light a smoke, you know.
No, I totally get that. I'm sorry. Yup, yeah, we went a little bit silent on what was going on in our conversation. Ooh, beer and sexual. Live?
I did that one time. I can do it again. I can't use
Do you have the access to StreamYard on your phone?
Not on my phone, not yet. I haven't done that.
Mother bitches. Why?
Yeah.
Why haven't you?
It's funny. I go over there to freaking Walgreens now, and they've got like a whole new staff, like all kind of new cashiers and managers, except for a few. And so, like, I'll walk in, and some of the older employees will be like, "Hey, Dave," and the new people will be like, "Who the fuck is this?" You know?
Who's Dave?
Yeah.
Dave's not here, bro.
Oh, trust me. I went through that so much in the military. Oh my God. Oh. I remember in high school, one of my dealers at the time, this is legit. His name is Charles Berry. And we would call him Chuck Berry. And he was white and skinny. And I was like, you're not the Chuck Berry I usually think of when I think of Chuck Berry. But anyway, so like I remember this. I knocked on his door and he's like, who is it? And I'm like, it's me, man, Dave, open up. And literally he did that whole Cheech and Chong routine to me before I just like went around and broke in through a window. Because I was like, man, I've gotten this. And even in the military, I got it. When people found out my first name was Dave, it was the whole Cheech and Chong thing. Dave's not here, man. And I'm like, dude, really? I'm right here. Like, you think you're the first people that pulled that on me? Oh, fuck. I got a funny story about donkey dicks. We had a young private right out of AIT, and we had a new officer, and she was doing a hand receipt inspection. Like when a new officer comes in, they got to freaking inventory everything. You got to have a layout. And this young PV2 was standing there, and he was all proud. His Humvee was all laid out. You got the jack, and you got this, and you got that, and you got the fuel can, and you got the donkey dick. And she walks by, and she was talking to him, and she's like, well, what is that called? And I could see in his face, he looked at her, and he like looks around at the rest of us like,
she looked at him, and he looked at her.
And yeah, and you could just see his brain locked up because he knew what he called it, but he didn't know if he could call it that in front of a female.
What? Ty.
Yeah.
What is the official name?
Oh, I used to know it. It's something fuel nozzle, something like that.
I don't know the official name of
Yeah,
the donkey dick.
Yeah, nobody knows. It's a donkey dick, But yeah, you could just see in this poor PV2, and he's looking at like, off lieutenant, and his brain just locked up because he was like, fuck. She knew exactly what she was doing. That's what was funnier about it, is because she did that on purpose to him.
John, I'm not seeing the other one.
Yeah, spout, fuel, van, locking, something like that. Yeah. Some weird Army technical term, but yeah.
No, it's not. It's not the actual can, John. It's the spout that you connect to the can.
Yeah.
It's the donkey dick into the vehicle.
Well, what he said was it's called a spout, comma, for fuel can, comma. Yeah. You know how the Army is, Jay. They make 18 words up for one name.
Gotta love those flipping acronyms.
Oh, yeah. Some of them were like a struggle to figure out. Like the first couple times I heard like helicopter acronyms, I was like, what? Like I didn't know what FOD was because we didn't deal with FOD in engineer units. But yeah, when somebody actually told me, like the first time I got into a helicopter unit and we had to walk the freaking line, I was like, okay, wait a minute. We're doing a big police call on a helicopter runway. And they're like, yeah, we're looking for FOD. And I'm like, the fuck is FOD?
I even freaking. So sweep the lane confused me.
Yeah.
because I had previously gotten in trouble for not literally sweeping good enough
Right.
to being tasked with sweeping a lane, which meant sweeping a lane.
Right.
And there was confusion on that.
Oh yeah. Well, there was like, even on active duty in the Army, there's confusion between units because like what engineers talk about is different terminology than grunts or MPs or cooks talk about. And so like when you meet up with like an infantry unit and it's like, yeah, we're going over here to blow a hole. And it's like, oh yeah, we're the guys that are supposed to go through, after you do the Bangalore and you make a breach for us, we're talking about the same stuff, but with different names. And it's like, no, it's this. And they're like, no, it's this. And it's like, no, we're the ones doing it. We get to name it.
Excuse me. So I met with a Submariner, which they're on a whole
Different level.
of
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say crazy, but they're on a different level. A Submariner that argued with me about using the word repeat on radio frequency.
Oh yeah.
And something with me as well is like my dad, who was Navy,
Right.
always said pink clouds at night. He argued with me. It's like, no, it's red. It's red clouds.
Right.
Well, I've never been in a situation where I've seen red clouds. So pink clouds with me and like y'all see
Yeah.
there's different terminology and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah.
It's crazy. Well, no, it's not crazy.
Well,
But it's something to fucking understand. It's
Yeah.
something to fucking understand that there are different, even with us Americans.
Yeah.
No, there's differences. While we are bringing in Aussies that just were fully different on their part where they're from. And a lot of people don't think that America is America and that the way that I live my life is the way that I live my life.
Yeah.
And everybody else lives their life the same way. And no.
Well, and we're getting close to the top of the hour. My phone's about to
Yes,
die.
I'm going to say that the same.
I need to go get another pack of smokes because I will not be happy with one cigarette in the morning. So I'm going to do my outro. And like I say every week, keep reaching out. If you reach out to somebody and they don't answer, they might be reaching out. They might be having problems, So go to that third, fourth, 18th person, You're going to find somebody you can click with that's going to help talk you off the ledge. And you got to keep doing that. That's what we were taught. You don't give up, so just keep reaching out. And I hope everybody has a pleasant Thanksgiving tomorrow with family and friends and good food. If you're not available, hey, hit us up on here tomorrow. I'm going to be watching football and eating pizza and having a hell of a time. So thanks for tuning in tonight. Thank you, Jade, for running along. Have a good one.
Yes, amazing. So I'm doing final thoughts as well. Thank you for everyone who jumped in, joined us. Felix, Damien, Ducky, even. Our Aussies are amazing. And they
Yes.
don't even fucking celebrate Thanksgiving, but they did jump in with us.
Yes.
As we go into Thanksgiving, understand that it really reflect on that it is truly about what you are thankful for. It's not about the discounts. It's not about the shopping and stuff like that. The impending fucking doom of
Yeah.
Christmas shopping. Be thankful. We're here. Reach out to us. We ran way fucking over because we know that in this time it is rather than say no, I'm gonna fucking say it. It can be a lonely time.
Right.
And I said it as a fucking annoying pitch.
You're fine, kid.
I love y'all. Have a fucking happy thanks fucking giving. And reach out if you're not